Welcome back. Tonight, we're venturing deep into the wilderness, specifically the vast, sometimes desolate landscapes of Arizona. Imagine being miles from anywhere, surrounded only by trees and the sounds of the night, in an isolated cabin. What happens when that isolation turns menacing? When the silence is broken by something unnatural? We've got a clip coming up titled "True Scary Cabin" in the Deep Wood at Arizona Scary Stories. It claims to recount a genuine, chilling experience from just such a place. Get ready, dim the lights if you can. Here is that story. My name's Ethan Hayes. Just an average guy, really. Mid-20s, stuck in a soul-crushing cubicle job back in Phoenix, dreaming of something more, or maybe just less. Less concrete, less traffic, less of the endless, mind-numbing drone of city life. That's what led me here, to this cabin tucked away, so deep in Arizona's White Mountains, you'd think civilization was just a rumor. The rental listing practically screamed, too good to be true. A rustic cabin, fully furnished, surrounded by acres of untouched DuPage, Seagraves National Forest, all for a price that barely dented my meager savings. Pictures showed a cozy, if slightly dated, log structure with a wide porch overlooking a dense stand of ponderosa pines. Secluded paradise, the ad proclaimed. Your escape awaits. Escape was exactly what I needed. An escape from deadlines, from my perpetually disappointed boss, from the ghost of a relationship that had flatlined months ago. I booked it for 2 weeks, packed my hiking boots, a stack of paperbacks I'd been meaning to read for years, and enough non-perishable food to survive a minor apocalypse. The drive up was long, wending through switchbacks that climbed steadily higher, leaving the desert heat shimmering far below. Cell service vanished about an hour before I even reached the turn-off, a barely marked dirt track that rattled my old seat and suspension for a solid 30 minutes. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it looked exactly like the pictures, maybe even a bit more weathered, more isolated. The air was crisp, smelling sharply of pine and damp earth. Silence, thick and profound, pressed in from all sides, broken only by the sighing wind in the treetops and the distant caw of a raven. It was perfect, or so I thought. The first few days were idyllic. I hiked miles of trails without seeing another soul, the only company the scolding chatter of squirrels and the occasional glimpse of a guarding through the undergrowth. I read on the porch, drank cheap beer, and let the silence soak into my bones, washing away the city grime. The cabin itself was comfortable enough. Dark wood paneling, slightly musty furniture upholstered in faded plaid, a stone fireplace that dominated the main room. It had character, the kind that comes from decades of occupancy, of untold stories absorbed into the very logs. It felt lived in, but also strangely empty, like it was holding its breath. There were oddities, of course. The way the floorboards creaked in the dead of night, even when I was lying perfectly still. The feeling, sometimes intense, of being watched when I stood by the windows looking out into the impenetrable darkness. Beyond the porch light's feeble glow, the way shadows in the corners of my eyes seemed to twist and shift just before I turned to look directly at them. Standard old cabin. The wood stuff, I told myself. My city, frayed nerves playing tricks on me, amplified by the solitude and the unfamiliar sounds of the forest. Nothing to worry about. It was on the 4th night that things started to get genuinely weird. I was rummaging through the back of a deep, dusty closet in the spare bedroom, looking for extra blankets because the temperature dropped sharply after sunset up here. My fingers brushed against something hard and metallic tucked beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Curious, I pulled it out. It was an old police scanner. Not the sleek digital kind you see now, but a chunky, beige plastic box with a telescoping antenna, a dial tuner, and a row of crystal slots. It looked like something straight out of the 80s, maybe early 90s. It was grimy, coated in a thick layer of dust, the label partially peeled off. Why would something like this be left here? Maybe a previous owner was a volunteer firefighter, or just a scanner enthusiast. Shrugging, I set it on the nightstand, figuring it was just another piece of forgotten junk. I found the blankets and forgot about it. Until later that night, I was drifting off to sleep, the only sounds the crackling of the dying embers in the fireplace downstairs and the rhythmic sigh of the wind. Then another sound joined the mix, a low, intermittent crackle like static electricity. It seemed to be coming from the spare room. Annoyed, thinking maybe I'd left a window unlatched, I got up and padded down the short hallway. The sound was definitely coming from the scanner on the nightstand. But it wasn't just static anymore. Through the fuzz, I could hear faint voices, clipped and official sounding. Repeat, code 1077, vicinity marker 84, Alpine sector. Negative contact. K9 unit en route. Search grid expanding, requesting air support at first light. It was bizarre. The scanner wasn't even plugged in, I checked. It ran on batteries, apparently. Big D cells, and somehow, after years of sitting dormant in a closet, it had sputtered back to life. Curiosity overriding my sleepiness, I sat on the edge of the spare bed listening. The transmissions were fragmented, broken up by long stretches of static, but they sounded like police chatter. Dispatch codes, unit numbers, location references. Why would this ancient thing suddenly start picking up signals? And why these signals? Alpine wasn't that far, maybe an hour's drive, but still. I fiddled with the tuning dial, but mostly got silence or more static. Then another burst of clear transmission cut through. Unit 4 reporting. Found discarded pack vicinity coordinates. There was a pause, more static then. Matches description. Subject David Miller. David Miller. The name tickled something in the back of my mind. I pulled out my phone, relieved to see I had a single, weak bar of service if I stood right by the window. I quickly Googled David Miller missing Alpine, Arizona. The search results hit me like a physical blow. 5 years ago, a hiker named David Miller had vanished without a trace while hiking alone in the Apache Sitgraves National Forest near the Blue Range Primitive Area. Not far from here, very not far from here. His car was found at a trailhead, but extensive searches involving ground teams, dogs, and helicopters had turned up nothing. The case went cold, unsolved. My blood ran cold. The scanner wasn't picking up current transmissions. It couldn't be these were echoes, ghosts of signals from 5 years ago, somehow trapped and replaying on this derelict machine. It was impossible, illogical, but it was happening. Code 1077, I quickly looked that up too. Estimated time of arrival. They were talking about search teams arriving near marker 84, wherever that was. They'd found his backpack. I stared at the scanner, a wave of unease washing over me. The cheerful, rustic cabin suddenly felt oppressive, sinister. The silence outside the windows seemed heavier, charged with unseen tension. This wasn't just an old cabin. It was a place adjacent to a tragedy, a mystery. I reached out to switch the damn thing off. There had to be a power button somewhere when it crackled again. Not voices this time, just thick, rolling static, louder than before, like an open mic in a windstorm. It filled the small room, abrasive and unsettling. I fumbled for a switch any swittick, and then, through the static, cutting through the noise floor like ice, came a whisper. Distorted, faint, laced with the same electrical fuzz as the static, but undeniably there. It sounded like it was coming from the scanner's speaker, yet also somehow like it was right beside my ear. It whispered my name. I froze, every muscle locked. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be. An old recording, cross-talk from some other frequency. My imagination, stretched taut by solitude and the morbid discovery. But the sound it had felt ancient and immediate all at once. Cold, malignant, and it knew my name. The static abruptly cut out, plunging the room back into silence, save for the frantic hammering of my own heart against my ribs. I sat there on the edge of the bed, trembling, staring at the dead plastic box. The forest outside seemed to lean in closer, the darkness absolute. Renting this cabin deep in Arizona's White Mountains had seemed like a steal. Now, I was beginning to suspect I wasn't the only one occupying it. And whatever else was here, It had just learned my name. I was miles from help, alone with a haunted radio and the chilling echo of an unsolved disappearance. The escape I'd crave had become a trap. Panic is a cold, slick thing. It flooded my veins, rooting me to the spot on that lumpy spare bed. The silence left behind by the scanner was somehow louder, more terrifying than the static and the whisper combined. Ethan. It replayed in my mind, a chilling loop scraped from static and something utterly alien. My first rational thought, or maybe just the first coherent screech from my lizard brain, was get out. Pack the car, drive. Don't stop until I hit the neon glow of Sholo or Penatop, lakeside, civilization, anywhere but here. But it was the middle of the night. The dirt track that led to this place was treacherous enough in daylight. Navigating it in pitch black, potentially panicked, seemed like a recipe for ending up in a ditch or worse. Besides, a small, stubborn part of me whispered that maybe, just maybe, I'd imagined it. Stress, isolation, an overactive imagination fueled by ghost stories and true crime podcasts. It had to be. I snatched the scanner off the nightstand. It was surprisingly heavy, inert plastic and metal. No obvious power switch, no glowing lights. I fumbled with the back, trying to find a battery compartment. A small panel slid off, revealing 4 corroded D-cell battery slots, empty. Every single one was empty, coated in faint greenish, white residue. My blood turned to ice water. It couldn't have turned on. It had no power source. Yet, I'd heard it. The codes, the chatter about David Miller, the static, the whisper. My name. I dropped the scanner back onto the nightstand as if it had burned me. My hands were shaking. Okay, so not imagination. Not fatigue. Something else was happening here. Something that defied easy explanation. I backed out of the spare room, pulling the door shut, feeling an absurd need to somehow contain whatever lingered there. Sleep, of course, was impossible. I retreated to the main room, stoked the fire until it blazed, and sat huddled in the armchair, listening. Every sound was magnified, distorted by fear. The wind whistling around the eaves sounded like voices moaning. The settling creaks of the old logs became stealthy footsteps. The scratch of a branch against the window pane was claws trying to get in. I imagined eyes watching me from the blackness beyond the glass. The same blackness that had swallowed David Miller whole 5 years ago. Was he still out there? Was something else out there? The police codes mentioned search grids. K9 units, they hadn't found him. What if something had found him first? Hours crawled by. I must have drifted off at some point, slumped uncomfortably in the chair, because I jerked awake to the gray light of dawn filtering through the pines. Morning. Relief washed over me, potent but temporary. The cabin looked normal in the daylight, just dusty and rustic. The oppressive atmosphere of the night seemed to have retreated with the shadows, but the fear lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. I needed to think. I made coffee with trembling hands, the familiar ritual grounding me slightly. The scanner. It was the key, the focal point of this strangeness. Empty batteries. How? Could it function like some kind of primitive crystal radio, picking up stray frequencies without a dedicated power source? Highly unlikely, especially with that kind of clarity and specificity. And that didn't explain the whisper. Forcing myself, I went back into the spare room. The scanner sat innocently on the nightstand, a dusty relic. I picked it up again, examining it closely in the daylight. It was definitely old. A sticker remnant mentioned a manufacturer long since defunct. There were no hidden wires, no modifications I could see. Just an empty, dead piece of electronics. Except it wasn't dead. Not entirely. I spent the morning in a haze of anxiety. I tried reading on the porch, but the words blurred. The silence of the forest no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful, waiting. I kept glancing towards the trees, half expecting to see movement. A figure standing just beyond the edge of the clearing. I considered hiking, hoping activity would clear my head, but the thought of venturing deeper into the woods that might have claimed David Miller, the woods where something knew my name, was paralyzing. Instead, I paced the confines of the cabin like a caged animal. I checked the doors and windows, locking them even though it was broad daylight. Irrational, I knew, but it made me feel marginally safer. I noticed things I hadn't before. A faint, dark stain on the floorboards near the hearth, partially hidden by a rug. How one of the heavy wooden chairs in the dining area seemed slightly askew, as if recently moved. Cold spots that drifted through the cabin, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the warmth of the fire I'd rebuilt. Probably drafts in an old building, I told myself. But the explanations felt increasingly hollow. Around noon, my morbid curiosity, or perhaps a desperate need for answers, drove me back to the scanner. I placed it on the heavy wooden table in the main room. If it was going to talk, I wanted it out in the open, not hidden away in a back room. I stared at it, half willing it to do something, half terrified it would. For hours, nothing, just silence. I started to feel foolish again, my fear receding into doubt. Maybe the empty battery thing was a mistake. Maybe I'd overlooked something. Maybe I was cracking up. Then late afternoon, as the sun began to dip behind the tall pines, casting long, distorted shadows across the room, it crackled static again. Low at first, then building. My breath hitched. I leaned closer, straining to hear. This time, it wasn't police codes. It was something else, voice choked with panic, interspersed with gasping breaths and the sound of running, of branches snapping. Can't see, circle, coming back. Static burst obscuring the words. It's not bear. More frantic breathing, a choked sob, eyes. Oh, God. The transmission cut out abruptly, replaced by deafening silence. I recoiled from the table, heart pounding. That sounded terrifyingly real, desperate. Could that have been David Miller? In his last moments, the raw terror in that fragmented voice was undeniable. Circling back, eyes. What had he seen out there? This wasn't just residual signals or static ghosts. This felt like a direct transmission from a nightmare. The cabin, the woods. This scanner, they were connected to Miller's disappearance in a way couldn't comprehend. Okay, time to go. Sanity, safety, whatever shred of normalcy I had left, it was time to reclaim it. Forget the 2 weeks, forget the money. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, my phone still stubbornly showing no serviced. I'd throw my bags in the car and just drive. I reached for the front door, my hand closing around the cold metal of the knob. It wouldn't turn. Locked. I'd locked it myself. I distinctly remembered turning the deadbolt. I tried again, jiggling it. Stuck. Maybe warped from the cold. I put my shoulder into it. Nothing. It felt solid, immovable. Panic flared again, hot and sharp. I rushed to the back door, the one leading out from the small kitchen. Same thing. Locked tight, deadbolt firmly in place, but refusing to budge, as if barred from the outside windows. Most were the old crank, out style. I went to the nearest one in the living room, undid the latch, and pushed. It didn't move an inch. I tried another, same result. It was as if they were sealed shut. Trapped. I was trapped inside the cabin. A low chuckle, distorted and guttural, seemed to echo from the corners of the room. It wasn't from the scanner this time. It sounded like it came from the very walls around me. Or maybe from just outside. I spun around, eyes darting into the deepening shadows. The last rays of sunlight slanted through the windows I could no longer open, painting stripes of light across the floorboards, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Outside, the wind picked up, howling through the pines like a mournful dirge. And on the heavy wooden table, the scanner crackled again. This time, the static was punctuated by a slow, rhythmic clicking sound. Click, 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 like fingernails tapping on plastic, waiting. The sound scraped along my nerves, each tiny tick echoing the frantic pounding in my chest. Fingernails on plastic. That's exactly what it sounded like. Slow, deliberate, expectant. I stared at the scanner, bathed in the eerie twilight filtering through the impassable windows. The chuckle I thought I'd heard earlier seemed to linger in the air, a greasy film of malice coating everything. Trapped. The word slammed against my skull. Not just locked in, but sealed in. My phone was useless, still no signal. The landline I vaguely remembered seeing tucked away in the kitchen was predictably dead. Miles of forest pressed in on all sides, a suffocating green, black wall under the darkening sky. No one knew exactly where I was, not down to this specific, cursed cabin. I'd been vague, wanting total isolation. Now that isolation was turning into a coffin. The clicking stopped. Silence descended again, heavier this time, pregnant with threat. I backed away from the table, putting the sturdy fireplace poker between myself and the scanner. It felt flimsy, inadequate. What good was a metal stick against whatever this was? Static whispers, locked doors, and impossible radio broadcasting voices from the past. "What do you want?" I yelled, my voice hoarse, cracking. It sounded pathetic, swallowed by the oppressive quiet of the cabin. The only answer was a sudden, violent thump from upstairs, like something heavy had been dropped, or someone had fallen. My mind raced. David Miller. The hiker, the fragmented voice on the scanner circling back eyes. Had he made it back here? Had he been trapped like me? That stain by the hearth, was it just old wood discoloration, or something more sinister? I had to find a way out. Forget the doors. Forget the windows. Was there a cellar? An attic? I scanned the ceiling, no obvious hatch. The kitchen. I moved cautiously, poker held by, checking cupboards. The pantry. Nothing but dust, cobwebs, and a few forgotten cans of food. Back in the main room, my eyes fell on the large stone fireplace. Could I climb the chimney? Insane. Probably impossible, likely blocked. But desperation clawed at me. As I approached, I noticed markings on the stones of the hearth I hadn't seen before. Hidden in the shadows until now. They weren't decorative. They looked like symbols, crudely scratched into the rock spirals. Jagged lines, something that looked disturbingly like an eye. They seemed old. The air grew colder. My breath plumed in front of me, despite the residual warmth from the earlier fire. And then, the scanner crackled to life once more. Not static this time, not fragmented voices. It was singing. A child's nursery rhyme, distorted and off-key, like a warped music box recording. It's raining, it's pouring, the old man is snoring. The voice was thin, reedy, and utterly chilling loop, playing over and over, punctuated by faint, wet coughing sounds in the background. "Stop it," I screamed, lunging towards the table. I swung the poker, aiming to smash the cursed plastic box into pieces. Before the poker could connect, the scanner flew off the table, propelled by an unseen force, and slammed against the far wall, falling silent. But the singing didn't stop. It detached itself from the broken device, seeming to emanate now from the very air around me. Louder, more insistent. Went to bed and bumped his head and couldn't get up in the morning. Panic gave way to pure, primal terror. Something was in here with me. It was playing with me, tormenting me. The locked doors, the sounds, the scanner, it was all part of its game. Another thump from upstairs, heavier this time, followed by a slow, dragging sound, like furniture being pulled across the floorboards, towards the stairs. No way. I wasn't going up there, escape. I had to escape now. My eyes darted around the room, finally landing on the largest window, the one overlooking the porch. Sealed tight, yes, but it was glass, it could break. Adrenaline surged. I hefted the poker, reversed it, gripping the heavier end, ignoring the relentless, spectral nursery rhyme echoing around me. Ignoring the dragging sound inching closer from the floor above, I swung. The poker connected with the glass with a sickening crunch. It fractured, spider webbing, but didn't shatter. The glass felt unnaturally thick, resistant. I swung again, harder, putting my whole weight behind it. This time, a piece near the center broke away, falling inward. Cold night air rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Freedom was inches away. The dragging sound upstairs stopped. A floorboard creaked directly above me. I hammered at the window frantically, widening the hole, shards of glass flying. The nursery rhyme faltered, replaced by a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate in my bones. It wasn't human. just as I cleared an opening large enough to squeeze through. Something landed heavily on the floor behind me. I didn't turn. I didn't dare. I scrambled towards the broken window, ignoring the sharp edges slicing at my hands and arms. I threw myself through the opening, tumbling onto the porch, rolling, desperately trying to get away from the cabin. I landed hard on the damp ground, gasping, sucking in the cold, clean air. My arms were bleeding, stinging, but I was out. I scrambled to my feet and ran without looking back, stumbling through the darkness towards where I'd left my car. The nursery rhyme pursued me, fainter now, carried on the wind, mixing with the rustle of leaves and the pounding of my own blood in my ears. My car, please let it start. The keys trembled in my hand as I fumbled with the lock. The door clicked open. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, locked it, jammed the key into the ignition. It turned. The engine sputtered, caught, roared to life. Headlights blazed, cutting through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the dirt track leading away from that cursed place. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the car into reverse, spun around and floored it, fishtailing wildly on the loose dirt. Mud sprayed, tires spun, but the car clawed its way forward, away. Only when I hit the paved road, miles later, did I dare to ease off the accelerator, my body shaking uncontrollably. My phone chirped, a single bar of service. Should I call the police? What would I even tell them? A haunted police scanner, a singing ghost, doors that wouldn't open. They'd think I was crazy, high, or both. I drove through the night, stopping only for gas, glancing constantly in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the cabin receding behind me, or worse, following. I didn't stop until I reached the outskirts of Phoenix, the familiar, ugly glow of city lights a welcome beacon. It's been 3 days since I escaped. The cuts on my arms are healing, but the silence still feels heavy, watchful. Every creak of my apartment building, every burst of static from the radio, sends a jolt of fear through me. I haven't slept properly. When I do, I dream of static, of childish singing, of dark shapes circling in the woods, and eyes watching from the trees. I reported the faulty locks and windows to the rental agency anonymously, mentioning nothing else. I don't know what happened to David Miller 5 years ago. I don't know what was in that cabin. A ghost. Something older, tied to those symbols on the hearth. Something that fed on fear and isolation. All I know is that it knew my name, and it didn't want me to leave. Sometimes late at night, when the city noise dies down, I think I can almost hear it. A faint crackle, like an open frequency, just on the edge of hearing. And sometimes, buried deep within the static, I hear a whisper. Ethan, the White Mountains are beautiful, but some places aren't meant to be visited. Some steals cost far more than you bargain for, and some echoes never truly fade. I escaped the cabin, but I don't think I'll ever truly escape the silence or the static. My name is Olivia Vance. Until about 3 months ago, I was just another face in the Phoenix sprawl, working a mind-numbing data entry job and dreaming of, well, anything else. Anything that didn't involve fluorescent lighting and the constant hum of servers. Then came the lawyer's call, the one that flipped my beige life upside down. My great Aunt Eleanor, a woman I barely knew, a whisper from my mother's childhood stories, really had passed away and left me everything. And everything, in this case, meant a cabin. Not just any cabin, but a remote, off-grid property tucked deep in the woods somewhere north of Payson, Arizona. Honestly, my first reaction was disbelief, followed quickly by a surge of something that felt suspiciously like hope. Freedom. Escape. The pictures the lawyer emailed showed a rustic, slightly weathered log cabin nestled amongst towering ponderosa pines, a curl of smoke photoshopped into the chimney for effect. It looked like something ripped from a postcard advertising rugged independence. My great-aunt, Eleanor Dubois, had always been the family enigma. Mom spoke of her in hushed tones, a woman who'd turned her back on city life decades ago, seeking solitude in the mountains. There were vague hints of eccentricity, maybe even a touch of bitterness, but mostly she was just absent, a ghost in the family tree. Now her final act was to hand me the keys to her seclusion, selling my cramped apartment, quitting my soul-crushing job, and packing my life into my beat-up sedan felt like shedding a heavy, ill-fitting skin. The drive up the Beeline Highway, watching the desert landscape slowly morph into forested mountains, was intoxicating. The air grew cooler, cleaner, scented with pine and damp earth. Leaving Payson behind, the paved road turned to graded dirt, then to little more than a rutted track winding deeper and deeper into the Tonto National Forest. By the time I reached the turn off for the cabin, marked only by a faded, barely legible wooden sign, nearly swallowed by overgrown bushes, I hadn't seen another car for almost an hour. The isolation was profound, almost unnerving, but exhilarating too. This was my new beginning. The cabin itself was more rustic than the pictures suggested. Solidly built, yes, but time and the elements had taken their toll. The logs were darkened with age, the porch sagged slightly on one end, and the woods pressed in close on all sides, casting long, deep shadows even in the middle of the day. Inside, it was clean but cluttered, filled with Eleanor's belongings, antique furniture draped in dusty sheets, shelves overflowing with books on herbalism and local folklore, woven baskets, and strange, hand-carved wooden figures. It smelled of wood smoke, dried herbs, and something else, something faintly metallic and unsettling I couldn't quite place. It felt less like a home and more like a hermit's den, a place where the outside world was deliberately kept at bay. I spent the first week just settling in, cleaning, exploring. The silence was the hardest thing to get used to. Not a peaceful quiet, but a heavy, watchful silence, punctuated only by the wind sighing through the pines, the screech of a distant hawk, or the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. At night, the darkness was absolute, the kind that feels like a physical weight. I'd lie in the unfamiliar bed, listening to the cabin creak and groan around me, my city dweller's imagination conjuring footsteps on the porch or whispers just outside the window. I told myself it was just the adjustment period. Out back, beyond a small, cleared patch of yard choked with weeds, was a dilapidated cornfield. It was small, maybe half an acre, the stalks withered and brown, relics of a long, finished harvest. Why Eleanor, living alone, would maintain even a small cornfield was a mystery. And standing sentinel in the middle of it, perched on a rough wooden cross, was the scarecrow. It wasn't your typical friendly-looking straw man. This thing was genuinely unsettling. It wore faded, patched overalls and a tattered flannel shirt clothes that looked disturbingly like they'd once belonged to a real person. Its head was a stained burlap sack, pulled down tight and stitched crudely around the neck pole. Someone had painted features on it, 2 uneven black circles for eyes, a jagged slash for a mouth, but the effect wasn't cartoonish. It was grotesque. The way the empty eyes seemed to follow you, the way the stitched mouth looked like a silent scream, it made my skin crawl. Straw poked out from the cuffs and collar, like desiccated entrails. I made a mental note to tear it down as soon as I got settled. It just radiated bad energy. The first strange encounter happened about 10 days after I arrived. Sheriff Brody paid me a visit. He drove a dusty county cruiser that seemed too large for the narrow track leading to the cabin. He was a tall man, probably in his late 50s, with a weathered face, sharp blue eyes that missed nothing, and a slow, deliberate way of speaking. He introduced himself, offered condolences about Eleanor, and then started asking questions. "Just checking in on you, Miss Vance," he said, leaning against his car door, thumbs hooked in his belt. "It's pretty isolated out here. Not many folks come this way anymore." "I appreciate that, Sheriff," I replied, trying to sound casual. "I'm still getting my bearings, but I like the quiet." Eleanor sure liked her quiet. He nodded slowly, his gaze drifting past me towards the cabin, then lingering on the woods. "Lived out here a long time, kept to herself mostly." He paused, then his eyes fixed on mine again. Did she ever mention anyone else? Anyone who might have lived here before her? Or maybe stayed here with her? The question seemed odd. Not really, I said. I didn't know her well. As far as I know, she bought the place decades ago and lived here alone. Ha, he grunted, chewing on the inside of his cheek. Right. Well, folks disappear out in these woods sometimes, you know. Hikers, hunters, sometimes people just looking to get lost. He gave me a long, searching look. You see or hear anything unusual, anything at all, you give us a call. Signal's spotty, but try the landline if you need to. He pointed towards the old-fashioned phone mounted on the kitchen wall, a relic I hadn't even bothered to check. Just be vigilant. Good to know who your neighbors are, even when they're miles away. He didn't elaborate. He asked a few more vague questions about my plans, whether I intended to stay long-term, if I'd found anything. Out of the ordinary while cleaning. His demeanor was polite, almost folksy, but there was an undercurrent I couldn't shake, a sense of suspicion that left me feeling uneasy long after his cruiser had rumbled away. Why ask about previous owners? Why the talk of missing people? Later that afternoon, I was on the back porch, trying to scrub some stubborn grime off the railing. I glanced towards the cornfield. The scarecrow stood stark against the gray afternoon sky. I looked away, scrubbing harder, then glanced back a minute later. My breath caught in my throat. I could have sworn its head was tilted slightly more to the left, its empty burlap gaze angled more directly towards the cabin, towards me. My heart hammered. It had to be the wind, or a trick of the light, or maybe Sheriff Brody's visit had just put me on edge. Scarecrows don't move. I stared at it fixedly for a full 5 minutes. It remained perfectly still, a grotesque silhouette against the dying corn. Shaking my head, I told myself I was being ridiculous, spooked by shadows and isolation. I forced myself to go back inside, locking the back door behind me, something I hadn't bothered to do before. But the image of those painted black eyes, seemingly fixed on the porch, stayed with me. That night, the familiar creaks and groans of the old cabin sounded less like settling wood and more like stealthy footsteps. The wind whistling around the eaves sounded too much like a low, drawn-out moan. And somewhere, out in the suffocating darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that the scarecrow was waiting, watching, inch by painstaking inch. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. Every creak of the cabin walls, every gust of wind rattling the window panes, sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I found myself compulsively checking the locks, peering through the curtains at the oppressive darkness outside, my gaze inevitably drawn towards the back, towards the dead cornfield, towards him, the scarecrow. I'd stare until my eyes burned, searching for any flicker of movement in the moonlight or the deep pre-dawn shadows. Sometimes I thought I saw it, a shift in its silhouette, a subtle turn of its burlap head, but I could never be sure. The uncertainty was almost worse than confirmation. It gnawed at my sanity, making me question my own perceptions. Was the isolation getting to me? Was I manufacturing scares out of loneliness and an overactive imagination fueled by Sheriff Brody's unsettling visit? But then came the morning I couldn't rationalize away. I woke up late, exhausted from another night of broken sleep. Making coffee, I glanced out the kitchen window towards the field and froze. The scarecrow wasn't just tilted differently. It was closer. Not dramatically so, maybe 10 or 15 feet, but undeniably closer to the edge of the cornfield nearest the cabin. It stood rigidly, arms outstretched on its wooden cross, but its presence felt more potent, more menacing, now that it had encroached further into my perceived safe zone. The wind couldn't have done that. No animal would have dragged the heavy post and re-staked it so firmly in the earth. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my exhaustion. It was moving. It was coming closer. Sheriff Brody's words echoed in my mind. Folks disappear out in these woods sometimes. Be vigilant. His strange questions about previous occupants suddenly felt less like idle curiosity and more like veiled warnings. What didn't I know about this cabin? about Eleanor. I spent the next few days in a frenzy, tearing through my great-aunt's belongings with a new, desperate purpose. Her collection of books yielded little beyond folklore and herbal remedies, though one slim, leather-bound volume tucked away on a high shelf caught my eye. It wasn't a published book. It looked like a personal journal. Eleanor's handwriting filled the brittle, yellowed pages, detailing daily observations, weather patterns, recipes for tinctures, and occasional cryptic entries. One entry, dated nearly 20 years ago, read: "The watcher in the corn returns. Still and silent, but he sees. Must be cautious. The ground remembers." Another, more recent noise again last night. Scratching. Brody came by, asked his questions, knows more than he says. Always watching, just like him. Him? Did she mean the scarecrow? Was this paranoia something Eleanor had lived with too? Or was she referring to someone else? The entries were sporadic, maddeningly vague. I found old tax records showing Eleanor purchased the property 30 years ago, but nothing about who owned it before her. There were no photographs, no letters that shed any light on a hidden history. It was as if Eleanor had meticulously curated her recorded life, leaving only the mundane and the obscure. The cabin itself seemed to conspire against me. One evening, the ancient landline phone, the one Brody had mentioned, suddenly emitted a single, jarring ring. I jumped, heart pounding, and stared at it. It hadn't made a sound since I'd arrived. Hesitantly, I picked up the receiver. Dead air, not even a dial tone, just silence. I checked the connection outside. The wire seemed intact, disappearing into the dense woods. Later that night, I woke to a distinct scratching sound. It wasn't the wind or animals. It sounded like fingernails dragging slowly, deliberately, across the wooden siding of the cabin, right below my bedroom window. I lay frozen, barely breathing, until it stopped. When I finally mustered the courage to look outside hours later, at first light, there was nothing there. No footprints, no marks on the wood. Nothing but the ever-present scarecrow, standing silently in the field, had its head turned slightly back towards the center of the cornfield. Or was I just losing my mind? A few days later, Sheriff Brody returned. This time, he didn't wait for me to come outside, but knocked firmly on the front door. His expression was harder, his eyes scanning the cabin's interior over my shoulder. "Vance," he said, his tone flat. "Just making rounds. Everything all right out here?" "Sheriff," I lied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just quiet." "Good," he nodded, but his eyes lingered on me. "Heard you might have been asking around town about the history of this place." My stomach clenched. I had driven into Payson once for supplies and tentatively asked the elderly woman at the small historical society if they had records on old properties outside town. Mentioning Eleanor's cabin, she hadn't known much. How did Brody know?
"Just curious about my inheritance," I mumbled.
"Some history is best left buried, Vance," he said, his voice dropping lower. "People out here, they value their privacy. Stirring things up can cause trouble." He paused, letting the veiled threat hang in the air. "You haven't found anything unusual, have you? While you've been settling in?" I thought about the moving scarecrow, the scratching, the dead phone line. I thought about Eleanor's journal. But looking into Brody's unreadable eyes, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. "No, Sheriff, nothing unusual." He gave another slow nod. "All right then, just remember what I said. Be vigilant." He tipped his hat and left, leaving me with a profound sense of dread and the certainty that the sheriff was somehow connected to whatever darkness clung to this place. His warning, however, had the opposite effect. I couldn't leave it alone. The scarecrow was the focal point, the nexus of my fear. I had to confront it. The next afternoon, armed with nothing but a heavy iron fireplace poker and a racing heart, I forced myself to walk towards the cornfield. The closer I got, the more repellent the scarecrow became. The stench hit me first, a faint, foul odor beneath the smell of decaying straw and damp earth. It smelled vaguely of rot, chemical, metallic. Its clothes were even more ragged up close, stiff with dirt and God knows what else. The burlap sack head was crudely stitched, the painted eyes seeming to absorb the light, the jagged mouth a black hole. Flies buzzed lazily around it. I circled it warily. The wooden post it was mounted on was thick, sunk deep into the ground. It would take considerable effort to move it. As I came around the back, I saw something tucked to the waistband of the overalls, almost hidden by the folds of the flannel shirt. Heart hammering against my ribs, I reached out hesitantly with the tip of the poker. I snagged the object and pulled it free. It was an old, rusted sheriff's badge. Not like Brody's current one, this looked older, maybe from decades ago. Tarnished and pitted, but unmistakably a law enforcement badge. Why was it tucked into the scarecrow? Was it a morbid joke, a warning, or something else? My blood ran cold. I looked from the badge to the scarecrow, then back towards the cabin, then towards the dense, silent woods surrounding me. Brody's words about missing people, about history best left buried, took on a terrifying new significance. This wasn't just a creepy decoration. This wasn't just Eleanor's eccentricity. This thing, this watcher in the corn, was tied to something real, something violent. As I stood there, clutching the rusted badge, a sudden gust of wind the dead cornstalks. They whispered secrets I couldn't understand. And then, slowly, deliberately, the scarecrow's right arm, the one that had been rigidly outstretched, began to lower. Fingerless straw, stuffed glove pointing not towards the woods, not towards the cabin, but down. Down towards the disturbed earth at its base. My scream died in my throat, choked off by sheer, paralyzing terror. The scarecrow's arm hung there, pointing directly at the churned earth around its base, an obscene parody of a helpful gesture. The rusted badge felt heavy and cold in my trembling hand. The wind whipped around me, rustling the cornstalks like skeletal rattles, whispering encouragement or warning. I couldn't tell. My mind screamed, "Ron, flee back to the cabin, lock the door, get in the car, drive until the woods were just a dark in the rearview mirror." But I was rooted to the spot, held captive by a morbid, irresistible pull. The pointing arm, the badge, Eleanor's cryptic journal entries, Brody's veiled threats. It was all converging on this patch of disturbed ground. Whatever secret this place held, it was buried right here. My breath came in ragged gasps. I dropped the poker and the badge, stumbling back towards the dilapidated shed leaning against the far side of the clearing. Inside, amongst rusted tools and bags of hardened fertilizer, I found what I needed: a small, sturdy spade with a splintered wooden handle. Clutching it like a weapon, I returned to the scarecrow. It remained motionless, arms still pointing downwards, its painted eyes seeming to bore into me. The foul, metallic, rotting smell was stronger here, clinging to the damp air. Hesitantly at first, then with frantic urgency, I began to dig. The earth was softer than I expected, yielding easily under the spade. Clods of dark, loamy soil mixed with decaying corn roots flew aside. Sweat dripped into my eyes, mingling with tears of fear. Every scrape of the spade against a stone made me jump. Every rustle in the surrounding woods sounded like footsteps. I glanced constantly over my shoulder, expecting to see Sheriff Brody emerging from the trees, his face hardening with accusation. Or worse, maybe a foot down. The spade hit something that wasn't stone or root. It made a dull, hollow thunk. My blood turned to ice water. Gently using my hands now, I scraped away the remaining soil. My fingers brushed against something hard and smooth. Bone. I recoiled, scrambling backwards, bile rising in my throat. But the horrifying discovery compelled me forward again. Kneeling, heart hammering fit to burst, I carefully cleared more earth. It wasn't just a single bone. It was a human skeleton, or at least part of one. The curve of a rib cage, the knob of a vertebra. Fragments of rotted fabric clung to the bones, remnants of clothing, and tangled within the rib cage, glinting dully in the weak afternoon light. Another rusted sheriff's badge, identical to the one I'd found tucked into the scarecrow's waistband. This was it. The answer to Brody's questions, the source of Eleanor's fear. the reason for the Scarecrow's vigil. Someone, a sheriff, judging by the badges, had been murdered, buried here. And the Scarecrow, was it a marker, a grotesque effigy, a warning left by Eleanor or by the killer himself? Suddenly, a twig snapped nearby. Loudly, I spun around, spade held defensively. Standing at the edge of the woods, partially obscured by the pines, was Sheriff Brody. He wasn't in his uniform. He wore jeans and a dark jacket. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were fixed on the shallow grave at my feet. He took a slow step forward. "Find something interesting, Miss Vance." His voice was quiet, almost conversational, but laced with menace. "Stay back," I stammered, brandishing the spade. "I know what this is. I found the badge." I gestured towards the rusted star line, the hole. He didn't even glance at it. His gaze remained locked on the disturbed earth. Eleanor never could leave well enough alone either. He sighed, shaking his head slowly, always poking around, always watching. He took another step closer. "That Scarecrow, she put it up, you know. Right after Deputy Monroe disappeared, 30 years ago. Deputy Monroe." The name hit me like a physical blow. "The owner of the badges. You killed him?" I whispered, horror washing over me. Brody's face tightened. "Monroe was ambitious. Stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Asked too many questions about certain local arrangements." He gestured vaguely towards the woods. "Had an accident out here. Unfortunate. Eleanor suspected. Always suspected. She put that thing up." He nodded towards the Scarecrow. "Like some kind of damn memorial. Or a reminder. Moved it around sometimes, messing with my head. Never had proof, though. Never enough to do anything." "And the badge?" I asked, my voice trembling. "The one on the Scarecrow." A flicker of surprise crossed his face. "What?" "No, I check on it now and then. Make sure everything's undisturbed. Never saw a badge on it. He didn't put it there. Then, Eleanor, or something else." As if summoned by the thought, the Scarecrow seemed to shift in my peripheral vision. I didn't dare look. "Doesn't matter now," Brody said, his voice hardening. He took another step, reaching inside his jacket. "You, like Eleanor, know too much. Can't have you running back to town, stirring things up." Panic surged. He was going to kill me, bury me right here next to Deputy Monroe. I wasn't going to be another missing person swallowed by the Tonto National Forest. I screamed, a raw, primal sound, and lunged, not at Brody, but sideways, towards the dense woods bordering the cornfield. He cursed and moved to intercept me, pulling a heavy revolver from his jacket. As I scrambled into the undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin, I risked a glance back. Brody was raising his gun, taking aim, but he wasn't looking at me. He was staring slack-jawed at the Scarecrow. It was off its post, standing somehow on its own straw, stuffed legs beside the shallow grave. Its burlap head was turned directly towards Brody, the painted eyes seeming to glint with malevolent intelligence. Its newly freed arm, the one that had pointed downwards, was now raised, pointing straight at the sheriff. Brody fired his revolver, not at me, but wildly at the Scarecrow. The shots echoed through the woods. The bullets tore through the straw and faded clothing, but the figure didn't flinch. It took a slow, jerky step towards him. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and ran, crashing blindly through the forest, fueled by pure terror. Branches whipped my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't stop. Behind me I heard another gunshot, then a strangled scream that was abruptly cut off. Then, silence. A heavy, watchful silence that seemed even deeper than before. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing miles away on the edge of the dirt track, leading back towards Payson. I don't know how long I lay there, sobbing and shaking. Eventually, I stumbled towards the highway, flagged down a bewildered trucker, and left that cabin, that cornfield, and whatever nightmare I'd unearthed behind me. I told the state police everything. They were skeptical, of course. A frantic woman babbling about moving scarecrows, buried bones, and a corrupt sheriff. But they went back. They found the grave, the skeletal remains of Deputy Monroe, the 2 rusted badges. They found Sheriff Brody's body near the cornfield, dead from a single, close, range gunshot wound. His own gun lay beside him. The official story became that Brody, confronted with the imminent discovery of his past crime, took his own life. They never found the scarecrow. The officers reported the wooden post was still there, near the grave site, but the figure itself was gone. Vanished without a trace. I never went back to the cabin. It sits empty, reclaimed by the woods, holding its dark secrets. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my new, very urban apartment, I think I smell damp earth and decaying straw. I see those empty, painted eyes, the jagged slash of a mouth. I remember Eleanor's word. The watcher in the corn returns. Still and silent, but he sees. I don't know what that thing was, a ghost, a manifestation of guilt, something ancient woken by violence. But I know it's still out there, watching, waiting, and the ground remembers. My name is Noah. I'm 23, reasonably level-headed, civil, or I thought I was, and currently living what feels like the opening scene of a horror movie I never auditioned for. It all started, as these things often do, with a stupid dare. My buddies Lam, Chris, and Sam, we have this tradition. Every summer, one of us has to do something ridiculous, something that pushes the boundaries. Usually, it involves questionable amounts of alcohol or public embarrassment. This year, Liam, ever the fan of true crime podcasts and morbid local legends, dug up the story of the Whispering Pines cabin. It's this dilapidated A-frame hunkered down in the Coconino National Forest, maybe 45 minutes outside Flagstaff, Arizona. Looks like something out of a postcard from hell. The story goes that back in the early 90s, the Miller family couple, 2 young kids, rented it for a summer getaway. They checked in. Neighbors saw them unpacking the car. Kids playing in the yard, and then silence. A week later, when they didn't check out, the owner went up there. Car was still in the driveway, half-eaten food on the table, beds unmade. But the Millers, gone, vanished. Poof, the police investigation hit a brick wall harder than a woodpecker on steel. No signs of struggle, no ransom notes, no bodies ever found. Just gone. Theories ranged from alien abduction, this is Arizona, after all, to a planned disappearance, to something far more sinister hiding in the dense woods. Locals muttered about strange lights, weird noises coming from the cabin, even when it was empty, and a general feeling of wrongness about the patch of forest. The cabin gained a reputation, became that place teenagers dared each other to approach, the subject of campfire ghost stories. It changed hands a few times, but nobody stayed long. Now, it mostly sits empty, owned by some out-of-state holding company that probably doesn't even know its gruesome history. So, Liam finds out the place is technically accessible, though definitely not maintained or officially rentable. The dare: spend a full 7 nights alone in the Whispering Pines cabin. Survive the week, document ecdalgia within reason. Cell service is basically non-existent up there, and win not only eternal bragging rights but also a hefty pot we'd all chipped into, almost $500. Why did I agree? A mix of things, I guess. The money was tempting, sure, but mostly I think I wanted to prove something. I'm usually the cautious one in the group, the guy who points out the flaws in the stupid plans. Part of me was tired of that role, and honestly, a bigger part of me didn't really believe the ghost stories. Missing persons case? Tragic, yes. Creepy? Absolutely. Supernatural? Probably not. I figured it'd be a week of roughing it, dealing with leaky roofs, and maybe some squirrels in the walls, and I'd come back with the cash and a story about how boring it actually was. God, I was so wrong. Getting there was the first sign maybe this wasn't just a simple camping trip in a creepy house. The paved road gave way to gravel, then dirt, then finally a barely, their track swallowed by overgrown pines and aspens. My Jeep handled it, but just barely. The air grew colder, the silence thicker, broken only by the crunch of tires and the occasional bird call that sounded more like a warning than a welcome. The cabin itself, it lived up to its reputation. Sagging roof, peeling paint the color of dried blood, windows boarded up haphazardly except for a couple downstairs. The front door looked solid enough, surprisingly, with a heavy deadbolt. There was a padlock on it, rusted almost shut, but Liam had managed to get a key from God knows where's, probably bribed a former caretaker or something equally sketchy. Inside, it smelled like dust, damp, and something else, something vaguely metallic and unpleasant, like old pennies. Furniture was sparse and draped in white sheets, looking like lumpy ghosts in the dim light filtering through the dirty windows. Cobwebs were everywhere. But structurally, it seemed okay. Floorboards creaked but held. There was a fireplace, a small kitchen area with ancient appliances, a bathroom that I decided immediately I would only use in dire emergencies, and a narrow staircase leading up to a loft bedroom. I spent the first day just cleaning enough to make a small space habitable. Swept the main room, wiped down the dusty table, unboarded one of the kitchen windows to let in more light. I set up my sleeping bag and gear in the main room, deciding against the creepy loft. I had my cooler full of food and water, books, a portable charger for my phone, which confirmed the 0 bars of service, a heavy-duty flashlight, a backup lantern, and, tucked away just in case, a can of bear spray and a sturdy camping hatchet. Not for ghosts, I told myself, for actual wildlife, or maybe overly curious locals. The first night was fine, uneventful even. The cabin groaned and settled around me like an old man in his sleep. Wind whistled through the gaps in the boards. Outside, owls hooted, and branches scraped against the roof. Normal creepy cabin sounds. I read for a while, ate a cold sandwich, and eventually smugly confident. See, just an old house. The second night was much the same, maybe a bit colder. I added another layer and slept soundly. I was starting to plan how I'd spend the 500. It was the morning of the third day when things started to get weird. I woke up just after dawn, the gray light filtering through the dirty window panes. I stretched, swung my legs out of the sleeping bag, and my bare feet landed on the dusty wooden floor. I padded towards the kitchen area to get my water bottle, and that's when I saw them. Footprints, small ones, like child-sized small, and they were muddy. They started at the back door, a heavy wooden door with a sturdy bolt on the inside, which I knew I had locked the night before. I checked it religiously. The prints were distinct in the layer of dust near the door's small, bare feet, caked in dark, wet mud. They formed a clear path, leading away from the locked door, across the main room, straight towards the spot where my sleeping bag lay. They stopped about 2 feet from where my head had been. My blood ran cold. My first thought, prank. Liam and the guys had somehow snuck up here, picked the lock. How? Tiptoed in while I was asleep, made the prints, and left. But the drive was treacherous, even in daylight. Doing it silently at night, unlikely. And the lock, it was a heavy interior bolt, not something you pick easily from the outside. I checked them immediately, still bolted shut. Firmly. Windows still boarded or closed tight.
Okay, next thought, animal.
A raccoon, a possum. But the prints didn't look like animal tracks. They were unmistakably humanoid. 5 distinct toes, a clear heel and ball impression. Just small, disturbingly small, and the mud it hadn't rained in days. The ground outside my front door was dry and dusty. Where did the wet mud come from? I spent maybe an hour searching the cabin, top to bottom. Checked every window, every board, the chimney flue. Nothing. No broken glass, no jimmied locks, no hidden entrances. Just the dusty, silent cabin and those impossible, muddy little footprints leading from a locked door to my sleeping spot. Eventually, heart still pounding, I cleaned them up. Swept the floor meticulously, wiping away every trace with a damp cloth. I told myself it had to be a prank, or maybe I was sleepwalking. Did I somehow go outside, get muddy, come back in, and lock the door behind me without remembering? It seemed absurd, but less absurd than phantom muddy children. I decided to pay more attention, maybe even set up my phone to record during the night, though the battery wouldn't last long. That day, The fourth day, the silence of the woods felt different. Less peaceful, more watchful. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. I kept glancing at the back door, then at the floor where the prints had been. I double-checked the bolt constantly. I even wedged a chair under the knob, just in case. Night fell. I barely slept, jolting awake at every sound. The wind seemed to whisper words I couldn't quite make out. Branches tapped the windows like bony fingers. I kept my flashlight clutched in my hand like a talisman. Morning came. Exhausted, bleary-eyed, I forced myself to get up. I swung my legs out, took a deep breath, and looked down. They were back, the same small, muddy footprints, leading from the bolted, chair-wedged back door. Across the floor I had swept clean, stopping, once again, just inches from the foot of my sleeping bag, maybe even a little closer this time. And this time, something was different. Amidst the mud, near the toes of the last footprint, almost touching my sleeping bag, was a single, small, smooth, gray stone. The kind a child might pick up from a riverbed. It wasn't there yesterday, and I sure as hell didn't put it there. Staring down at those muddy little footprints for the second morning in a row, with that small, smooth stone lying there like some kind of offering, something inside me snapped. The lingering hope that this was an elaborate prank by my friends evaporated completely. The logistics were impossible, the consistency too perfect, too creepy, and the stone that felt personal, intimate even. Sleepwalking didn't explain the locked door and the muddy tracks and a stone appearing out of nowhere. My hands were shaking as I picked up the stone. It was cool to the touch, almost damp despite the dry air in the cabin. Perfectly ordinary, the kind you'd find in any stream or riverbed around Flagstaff. Why leave it there? A marker, a message, a toy. My mind immediately flashed to the Miller children. How old were they again? Young, I remembered Jan saying. Definitely young enough to carry a favorite stone in their pocket. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the exhaustion. This wasn't just an old, creaky cabin. Something was here, something connected to its dark history. And it knew I was here. I needed proof. Not just for my friends, not just for the $500, which suddenly seemed laughably unimportant, but for myself, for my own sanity. I grabbed my phone. Battery was at 68%, decent, considering I'd barely used it thanks to the lack of service. I propped it up on the dusty mantelpiece, aiming the camera towards the back door and the area in front of my sleeping bag. I hit record, hoping the motion detection wouldn't drain the battery. Too quickly if nothing happened, but deciding to just let it run. If it died, it died. Seeing whatever was making those prints was worth more than a full charge. Then, I dealt with the evidence. I didn't sweep this time. I photographed the prints from multiple angles, making sure to get the locked bolt of the door in the same frame. I photographed the stone where it lay, then photographed it in my hand. Documentation, evidence, like some kind of paranormal investigator, only I felt more like the doomed subject in one of those found footage films. I carefully bagged the stone, tucking it into my backpack. Then, reluctantly, I cleaned the muddy prints away again, scrubbing the floorboards until they were bare. The rest of day 4 passed in a haze of anxiety. I forced myself to eat, choking down a protein bar that tasted like sawdust. I rechecked every window seal, every floorboard that looked even slightly loose. I climbed the narrow stairs to the loft bedroom for the first time since arriving. It was colder up there, the air thick with dust. Two small, bare mattresses lay on simple wooden frames, stained and sad-looking. A broken rocking horse lay on its side in one corner. Nothing overtly terrifying, but the sense of neglect and forgotten childhood was profoundly depressing. I didn't find any hidden panels or obvious points of entry. I retreated downstairs quickly, the feeling of being watched more intense up there. I spent the afternoon trying to read, but the words blurred on the page. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every creak of the wood sounded like a footstep. I kept glancing at my phone on the mantelpiece, its screen dark, the tiny lens aimed silently at the back door. Was I just trading muddy footprints for digital ghosts? As dusk began to settle, painting the woods outside in shades of orange and deep purple, a new sound started. Faint, almost imperceptible at first. I thought it was the wind in the chimney, but it was rhythmic, repetitive. Thump up, thump. It seemed to be coming from upstairs, from the loft. My heart hammered against my ribs. I grabbed my heavy flashlight, its weight a small comfort in my hand. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the oppressive silence. The thumping stopped. Silence descended again, heavier than before. I stood frozen, listening. Was it just the house settling? An animal on the roof? Or was it that broken rocking horse, moving on its own? I strained my ears, listening so hard my head began to hurt. Nothing. Just the frantic beat of my own pulse. Maybe I imagined it. Sleep deprivation, stress it had to be. I tried to convince myself, but the fear lingered, prickling at the back of my neck. I decided staying downstairs was definitely the right call. I added more wood to the fireplace, needing the light and the warmth as much for comfort as for function. Night fell completely. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows that writhed like living things on the cabin walls. My phone was still recording. I checked the battery, 52%. Okay, I sat in the lone armchair, wrapped in my sleeping bag, flashlight beside me, hatchet within easy reach. Sleep felt impossible. Hours crawled by. The fire burned low, casting embers that glowed like malevolent eyes in the darkness. The silence outside was absolute. No wind, no owls, nothing. And then I heard it again. Not the thumping this time. Something else. A sound like crying. A child crying. It was faint, muffled, seeming to come from the very walls around me. A high-pitched, desolate sobbing that rose and fell intermittently. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It sounded utterly, heartbreakingly human. A little girl, maybe. "Who's there?" I whispered, flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, sweeping across the empty room, the bolted back door, the stairs leading up to the loft. The crying continued, seeming to ebb and flow, sometimes closer, sometimes further away. Was it coming from upstairs, outside? Inside my own head, I couldn't pinpoint it. It just was. A soundtrack to my mounting terror. I stayed rooted to the armchair, too scared to move, too scared to investigate. Images of the missing Miller children filled my head. Were they trapped here somehow? Was this their sorrow echoing through the years? The sobbing felt ancient, profound, a grief that had soaked into the very wood of the cabin. Then, abruptly as it started, the crying stopped. Silence crashed back in, leaving my ears ringing. I sat there, rigid, for what felt like an eternity, straining to hear anything else. Nothing. Just when I thought maybe, the worst was over, the night, something else happened. A distinct creak from the top of the stairs leading to the loft. Not the random settling of old wood. This was the sound of weight being placed on a specific step. My blood turned to ice water. I snapped the flashlight beam towards the stairs. Empty. Dust motes danced in the light, but I heard it, clear as day. Another creak, slightly lower down the staircase. Someone, or something, was coming down from the loft. I scrambled out of the armchair, heart pounding so hard I felt dizzy. My hand closed around the handle of the hatchet. Not for ghosts, I'd told myself, but faced with slow, deliberate footsteps descending towards me in the dark. Spectral or not, I wasn't taking chances. "Stay back," I yelled, my voice cracking. "I know you're there! What do you want?" "Silence." The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, flashlight beam fixed on the dark opening at the top of the stairs, waiting. Listening. And then, softly, from the darkness just beyond the reach of my light, a little girl's voice whispered, "He's still here." The whisper, soft as dry leaves skittering across the floor, hung in the air, colder than the cabin's perpetual chill. It wasn't accusatory, wasn't threatening, almost resigned, like a child stating a terrible, unavoidable fact, and it paralyzed me more effectively than any scream could have. My knuckles were white on the hatchet handle. My flashlight beam, trembling violently, stayed fixed on the top of the stairs. Who was Hay? The father, Mr. Miller, some other victim, or the reason they all vanished. The implications crashed through my panic-addled brain. Who? I managed to croak out, voice barely audible. Who's still here? No answer. Just the oppressive silence returning, pressing in on my ears. But the silence felt different now. Charged, expectant. Whatever was on the stairs hadn't left, and the whisper confirmed I wasn't alone with just the echoes of lost children. There was something else. Hey. Then, the flashlight beam caught it. Movement. Not on the stairs themselves, but in the deep shadows of the loft opening behind the top step. It wasn't distinct. Just a flicker, a brief distortion of the darkness, like heat haze off asphalt, but blacker. A shape that seemed to coalesce and then dissipate almost instantly. Was it the source of the whisper? Or was it him? That flicker, that brief glimpse of something undefined lurking above, shattered my paralysis. The hatchet suddenly felt flimsy, useless against whatever resided in those shadows. My mind screamed one coherent thought, get out. The dare, the money, the bragging rights meaningless. Surviving the next 5 minutes was all that mattered. My eyes darted to the front door. It felt miles away. Between me and it lay the main room, the fireplace with its dying embers, and the stairs where something waited. Another creak from the stairs, closer this time. Midway down, I didn't wait. I spun, stumbling over my own feet, keeping the flashlight aimed vaguely towards the stairs as I backed towards the front door. My other hand fumbled behind me, searching for the deadbolt. Click. The deadbolt slid back. My heart leaped. Freedom was inches away. As my fingers closed around the doorknob, a wave of intense cold washed over me, stealing my breath. It wasn't just the ambient chill of the cabin. This was a penetrating, bone, deep cold that felt malicious. The air thickened, heavy and stagnant, and carried that faint metallic smell I'd noticed on the first day, only stronger now, like rust and old blood. And the crying started again. Not the faint, muffled sobbing from before. This was louder, more frantic, seeming to come from inside the room with me. Two distinct voices, overlapping children's voices, raw with terror.
Don't let him see you!
He's coming? My hand froze on the doorknob. Were they warning me? Or was this part of the terror meant to paralyze me before? Descended. Something heavy slammed against the inside of the loft door upstairs. Not the rocking horse this time. This was forceful, violent, like a body being thrown against the wood. That was it. I yanked the door open and plunged out into the pre-dawn darkness of the forest. The cold night air hit me like a physical blow, but it was clean, freezing but clean. I didn't stop to close the door, didn't look back. I sprinted, stumbling over roots and rocks, guided only by the weak beam of my flashlight, which I now clutched purely for navigation. The woods, which had felt watchful and menacing before, now felt like a potential sanctuary. Every snap of a twig behind me sent jolts of adrenaline through my system. Was I being followed? Was chasing me? Or were the whispers right? And was he still bound to the cabin? I didn't slow down to find out. My Jeep felt like it was miles away, parked down the barely their track. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the terror was a relentless fuel. Images flashed through my mind. The muddy footprints, the small gray stone, the flicker of darkness in the loft, the sound of that whisper. I reached the Jeep, keys somehow already in my shaking hand. I fumbled with the lock, threw myself inside, and slammed the door, hitting the power lock button simultaneously. Safe. Not yet. I jammed the key into the ignition, praying the engine would turn over. It sputtered, coughed, then roared to life. Headlights cut through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the dense wall of trees. I slammed the gear shift into reverse, not caring about the overgrown track, scraping branches along the side of the vehicle as I backed out frantically. Once I hit the slightly wider dirt road, I spun the wheel and floored it. I drove like a madman, bouncing over potholes, fishtailing on loose gravel, eyes glued to the rearview mirror. Was anything behind me? Headlights, a running figure, a flicker of unnatural darkness. Nothing. just the blackness of the forest receding as I put distance between myself and that godforsaken cabin. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main highway outside Flagstaff and saw the blessed glow of streetlights. I pulled over onto the shoulder, engine still running, and just sobbed. Deep, racking sobs of relief and residual terror. My whole body trembled uncontrollably. It was only then, sitting there under the artificial orange glow, safe from the primordial darkness of the woods, that I remembered my phone. It was still in my pocket. I must have grabbed it instinctively when I fled the armchair. With trembling fingers, I pulled it out. The screen was black, battery dead. I'd forgotten to grab the portable charger from the cabin. The recording? Whatever it might have captured, the footprints forming, the crying, the whisper, the thing on the stairs was inaccessible, at least for now. Maybe forever if the file was corrupted or the sudden power loss wiped it. Part of me desperately wanted to see it, to have proof. Another part of me was deeply relieved I couldn't. Some things, maybe, are better left unseen. I never collected the $500. When I finally got service and called Liam, my voice still shaking, telling him a disjointed, frantic version of what happened, he went silent. There was no "I told you so," no disbelief, just quiet concern. The dare was forgotten. They wired me gas money to get home, no questions asked. It's been a few weeks now. I'm back in my apartment, hundreds of miles from Flagstaff. But I don't sleep well. Every creak in my building sounds like a footstep on the stairs. Sometimes, when it's too quiet, I think I can hear faint crying, and I keep finding myself checking the locks, over and over. Even though I know deep down, if something wants to get in, the lock doesn't matter. I still have the small, smooth gray stone. It's sitting on my desk right now. I don't know why I kept it. Maybe as a reminder. Maybe because I feel like I owe something to those terrified voices who whispered a warning. He's still here. I believe them. Whatever happened to the Miller family, whoever or whatever, Hef, is it still there in that cabin, in the deep woods outside Flagstaff? Waiting, I disturbed it. I saw a glimpse of it, and I ran. But the Millers didn't get the chance. Don't go looking for the Whispering Pines cabin. Don't be stupid like I was. Some stories are true, some places are wrong, and some doors should never, ever be opened. Hey everyone. Ava here. My hands are still shaking as I type this, and I keep glancing at the flimsy lock on the cabin door, praying it holds. I need to get this down, partly as a warning, partly just to process. Because I don't think I'm processing this right at all. I feel numb and hyper, aware all at once. Like my skin is buzzing, but my brain is wrapped in cotton. It all started because I bought into the dream. You know, the one ditching the soul, crushing commute, the fluorescent hum of the office, the endless gray cityscape. Trading it all for crisp mountain air, the scent of pine, and the kind of quiet that lets you actually hear yourself think. My job went fully remote last year, software development, nothing glamorous, but it pays the bills and allows flexibility. So, I decided to take full advantage. Why work from my cramped city apartment when I could work from paradise? I spent weeks searching online rental sites. I wanted something specific, isolated, truly in nature, preferably with dodgy Wi-Fi enough for work uploads, not enough for constant doom, scrolling, and zero cell service within a mile radius. I found the perfect listing, or so I thought. Secluded rustic cabin deep in Prescott National Forest. The pictures showed exactly what I crave at a sturdy looking log structure surrounded by towering ponderosa pines, a small porch with a rocking chair, a stone fireplace inside. The description waxed lyrical about unplugging, reconnecting with nature, and the serene tranquility of the Arizona wilderness. It mentioned spotty satellite internet but promised enough bandwidth for essential tasks. Perfect. The price was almost suspiciously reasonable for a long-term rental, but I chalked it up to the off-season and the extreme remoteness. The drive-up should have been my first clue. After leaving Prescott itself, the paved roads quickly gave way to graded dirt. then rutted tracks that my city sedan protested loudly against. The GPS gave up about 10 miles back, replaced by increasingly vague, hand-scrawled directions emailed by the property manager, a faceless entity named Mr. Henderson, whom I'd only ever communicated with via email. Turn left at the unusually shaped boulder. Fork right after the lightning struck pine. You'll know it when you see it. Follow the creek bed until the track climbs sharply. Shell service vanished exactly where promised, plunging me into a profound silence broken only by the complaining engine and the crunch of gravel. By the time I finally rolled up to the cabin, dust coating every surface of my car, I felt like I traversed into another era. But the cabin, initially, it was idyllic. Exactly like the photos, maybe a little more weathered, a little more worn. The air was thin and cool, smelling sharply of pine resin and damp earth. The silence was immense, broken only by wind sighing through the high branches and the occasional chatter of a squirrel. Inside, it was rustic charm personified exposed beams, a comfortable looking couch facing the massive stone fireplace, a small but functional kitchen, and a cozy sleeping loft. It smelled faintly of wood smoke and something else, something vaguely musty, like old paper and dust, but I figured that was just part of the authentic cabin experience. The first week was bliss. I set up my workstation overlooking the forest, typed code while deer grazed hesitantly outside my window, took long walks on barely trails, and spent evenings reading by the fire. The satellite internet was indeed patchy, cutting out frequently, but it was enough. The lack of cell service felt liberating. I was truly disconnected, focused, breathing clean air. This was exactly what I needed. Sure, there were little oddities. The way the floorboards creaked in a specific pattern upstairs, even when I was downstairs. The scratching sounds inside the walls at night, probably just mice, I told myself, common in old cabins. The feeling sometimes, when I was outside, that I wasn't entirely alone. A prickle on the back of my neck that I dismissed as city bred paranoia adjusting to true wilderness. The single window in the small pantry off the kitchen seemed wrong. Somehow, it was high up, barred on the outside. Why? And looked out onto nothing but a dense thicket of manzanita. The musty smell was strongest near that pantry. It wasn't a food smell, more like damp soil and stagnant air. The pantry itself was unremarkable, rough wooden shelves stocked with a few forgotten cans of beans and some cleaning supplies left by previous tenants, or maybe Mr. Henderson. There was an old, threadbare braided rug covering most of the floor. I didn't think much of it, other than to make a mental note to air the place out. The discovery happened yesterday. It was mundane, almost stupidly so. I was making coffee and dropped the lid to my travel mug. It rolled naturally under the edge of that damned rug in the pantry. Annoyed, I knelt and pulled the rug back to retrieve it. It snagged on something, a loose floorboard. Not just loose, but slightly raised, as if it didn't quite fit flush anymore. Curiosity pick, I pushed the rug completely aside. There it was, one plank, slightly shorter than the others, with distinct pry marks along one edge, disguised by dirt and age. My heart started doing a weird little flutter. This wasn't just a warped board. This was intentional, using the handle of a sturdy ladle from the kitchen drawer slacks. See, I knowed. I wedged it into the gap and levered the board up. It came away surprisingly easily, revealing not subflooring, but darkness. A cold, damp draft carrying that concentrated, musty, earthy smell hit my face. My stomach lurched. Below the opening wasn't a crawl space, but rough, hewn wooden steps leading down into blackness. A cellar. A hidden cellar, not mentioned anywhere in the rental agreement or description. Why hide it? My mind immediately jumped to mundane reasons. Maybe it was structurally unsound. Maybe it was just used for storage the owner didn't want renters accessing. But the way it was hidden, the pry marks, it felt furtive. Secret. My phone's flashlight app cut a weak beam into the space. The stairs looked ancient, steep, and slick with something that might have been damp moss or mildew. against every screaming instinct honed by horror movies. I took a deep breath and started down. Remote work dream, right? This was just extra rustic. The air grew colder, heavier with each step. The smell intensified, rich soil, decay, something metallic, like old pennies. 10 steps down, my feet hit packed earth. The cellar was small, maybe 10 by 10, with a low ceiling where I could barely stand upright. My flashlight beam danced across damp stone foundation walls, cobwebs thick as shrouds, a few forgotten wooden crates crumbling in a corner, some rusted garden tools, and the floor. It was just dirt, unevenly packed, higher in some spots, lower in others. As my light swept across it, something glinted near the far wall, almost directly under that weird, barred pantry window. It wasn't large, just a flicker of reflected light. I moved closer, heart thudding against my ribs now, a cold dread starting to seep into my bones, far colder than the cellar air. I knelt, brushing away the loose topsoil with trembling fingers. Metal, cold, hard metal. I dug more frantically, scraping my nails on embedded pebbles, ignoring the damp chill soaking into my jeans. Slowly, I unearthed it. A metal lockbox, about the size of a shoebox. It was heavy, coated in rust and caked on dirt. A simple, old-fashioned padlock, equally corroded, held it shut. I sat back on my heels, the beam of my phone shaking, illuminating the rusted container sitting in the disturbed earth. A hidden cellar. A buried, locked box. That feeling of being watched. The scratching in the walls. The musty smell. It all crashed together in my mind, forming a terrifying, nascent picture I didn't want to see. What the hell did I just find? I'm still down here, the floorboard propped open above me, letting in a sliver of gray afternoon light. The box sits heavy on my lap. I don't know if I should open it. I don't know if I want to open it. But I don't think I can just put it back. I need to know. Sitting there in the cold, damp earth of the hidden cellar, the rusted lockbox felt like it weighed 100 pounds on my lap. The air was thick with the smell of soil and decay, and the only light was the shaky beam from my phone. Every rational thought screamed at me to put the box back, replace the floorboard, pretend I never found it, pack my car, and drive until I hit pavement and cell signal. But another part of me, the part fueled by a gnawing dread and morbid curiosity, knew I couldn't. Whatever was in this box was hidden for a reason, and finding it might have already made me part of that reason. My fingers traced the corroded padlock. It was fused shut by rust and time. Looking around the dim cellar, my flashlight beam landed on the forgotten tools in the corner. Among them was a small, rusted hand trowel, its edge surprisingly still somewhat sharp. It felt wrong, almost sacrilegious, but I crawled over, grabbed it, and returned to the box. Wedging the tip of the trowel into the shackle of the padlock, I pushed. Nothing. I repositioned it, trying to get leverage against the hasp. The metal groaned in protest. Sweat beaded on my forehead, cold despite the cellar's chill. I put my weight into it, scraping the trowel, my knuckles white. There was a horrible screech of tortured metal, a sudden snap, and the padlock sprang open, disintegrating into flakes of rust and iron. My breath hitched. The box was open. It creaked ominously. Inside, nestled together, was a stack of Polaroid photographs. Dozens of them, maybe 50 or 60. The chemical smell of old photo paper mingled with the cellar's mustiness, hitting me with a wave of nausea. A single, brittle, dried wildflower, maybe a columbine, lay loose on top, its color faded to a dusty purple. I picked it up, it crumbled to dust in my fingers. With trembling hands, I lifted the first Polaroid. It showed a smiling couple, probably in their late 20s, arms around each other on the cabin's porch. The man held up a beer, the woman was laughing. They looked happy, carefree. It could have been a vacation photo. I flipped it over. Nothing written on the back. I picked up the next one. A different woman, maybe mid-30s, asleep on the very couch I'd been sitting on just an hour ago. The photo was taken from the doorway, slightly blurry, as if snapped quickly, furtively. Unease crawled up my spine. who takes a picture of a stranger sleeping. The next few photos showed different people, all seemingly unaware they were being photographed. A man reading by the fireplace, his face obscured by shadow. A young guy grilling outside, squinting against the sun. A woman chopping vegetables in the kitchen, her back to the camera. All taken here, in this cabin, or just outside it. The knot in my stomach tightened. This wasn't quirky documentation by a previous owner. This felt invasive, predatory. Then the tone of the photos began to shift. A shot of a man, one I hadn't seen yet, standing by the window, looking out nervously, his hand halfway to parting the curtains. The angle was low, as if taken from floor level. Another Polaroid, a woman huddled on the sleeping loft floor, knees pulled to her chest, her face buried in her arms. The lighting was dim, suggesting night. She didn't look asleep, she looked like she was hiding, or terrified. And then I saw her, a young woman, probably early 20s, with vibrant, unmistakable red hair cascading over her shoulders. She was standing near the edge of the woods behind the cabin, looking back towards the photographer, her eyes wide with something that wasn't surprise, but sheer, primal fear. Her mouth was open, as if caught mid-scream. The background was slightly out of focus, but the terror on her face was crystal clear, horribly intimate. My blood ran cold. I knew that face. Not personally, but I'd seen it. When I first arrived in the area, I'd stopped at the only general store for miles to stock up on groceries. Pinned to a corkboard by the counter, amongst flyers for local events and lost pets, was a missing person poster. A plea for information about a young woman who had disappeared while hiking or staying in the area last spring. Her name Melissa Powell, and she had that same cascade of fiery red hair, those same wide now, terrified eyes. Suddenly, the lockbox wasn't just creepy, it was a coffin of memories. Melissa Powell wasn't just missing. She was here, in this photo, captured in a moment of terror by whoever owned this box. And if she was missing, what about the smiling couple, the sleeping woman, the man by the window? Were they all previous renters? Were they all missing too? The Polaroids felt slick with sweat in my hands. These weren't candid shots. They were hunting trophies. Each photo documented a victim, maybe their last moments, taken by someone who had access to this cabin, someone who watched them, stalked them, photographed their fear. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I scrambled backwards, dropping half the photos onto the dirt floor. I grabbed the box, shoved the remaining pictures inside haphazardly, and clawed my way back up the rickety cellar stairs, gasping for breath. My lungs burned. I slammed the loose floorboard back into place, the sound echoing in the sudden, terrifying silence of the cabin. It didn't feel secure enough. My eyes darted around the pantry. A half-empty sack of potatoes leaned against the wall. Heavy, I dragged it over, grunting with effort, and positioned it squarely on top of the hidden cellar door. A pathetic barricade, but it was all I could think of. I stumbled out of the pantry, leaning against the doorframe, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The cabin, which had felt cozy and rustic just minutes before, now seemed malevolent. The shadows in the corners stretched like grasping fingers. The creak of the floorboards upstairs sounded like stealthy footsteps. The wind whistling around the eaves wasn't nature, it was a predator circling. My first instinct was to call the police. I lunged for my phone, thumb swiping frantically at the screen. No service. Of course, the satellite internet, my only other link. I rushed to my laptop, flipping it open. The Wi-Fi icon showed no connection, unable to connect to network. Maybe the storm earlier knocked it out. Or maybe it wasn't an accident. Okay, drive. Get out. Now. I grabbed my car keys, my purse. But then I remembered the drive-in. The treacherous road, the miles of isolation, and my fuel gauge. I'd noticed it was low yesterday, meaning to drive into town soon. Was there enough to get back? What if I ran out of gas halfway down that deserted track? In the dark, the sun was setting rapidly now, painting the woods outside in hues of blood orange and deep purple that no longer looked beautiful, only menacing. Leaving now felt almost as dangerous as staying. Trapped. I was trapped. With a box full of evidence suggesting this idyllic cabin was a serial killer's playground. I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to quell the rising hysteria. Think, what would the person who took these photos do? Would they have left the box here permanently? Or did they hide it, intending to come back, had they been back? Were they watching the cabin? Watching me? I went to the front window, peering cautiously through a gap in the curtains. Nothing but deepening shadows and the dense wall of pines, looking black against the dying light. I checked the lock on the front door, a simple deadbolt, probably easy to force. The back door had only a flimsy chain. Every window felt like an exposed eye. Then I heard it. Not the wind, not a squirrel or a deer. A distinct crunch of gravel. Outside, on the path leading from the woods to the cabin, my blood turned to ice water. I backed away from the window, heart pounding so loud I was sure it could be heard outside. Silence. Agonizing silence. Did I imagine it? Was it just my paranoia? Another crunch. Closer this time. And another. Slow. Deliberate. Someone was walking towards the cabin. I flattened myself against the wall beside the fireplace, grabbing the heavy iron poker, its weight barely registering in my numb hand. My breath came in shallow, silent gasps. I strained my ears, listening. Crunch. Crunch top. The footsteps stopped. Right outside the front door. Silence. It pressed in on me from all sides, thick and suffocating. The footsteps had stopped right outside the thin wooden door. I was pressed against the rough stone of the fireplace, the iron poker heavy and cold in my sweaty grip. My own breathing sounded like a hurricane in my ears. Was this it? Was the person who collected those horrifying Polaroids back? Did they know I'd found their stash? Then the doorknob rattled. A sharp, metallic sound that shot straight through me. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the splintering crash of the door giving way. It didn't come. Instead, after a moment, a low voice mumbled something indistinct, muffled by the wood. It sounded like a man's voice, slightly slurred. Was he calling a name? I couldn't make it out. Maybe Gary. It definitely wasn't my name. My mind raced. Gary, was that a previous renter? Did the person outside not know the cabin was occupied by someone new? Or was it a trick? The rattling stopped. I held my breath, straining to hear. Footsteps crunched again, moving away from the door, towards the side of the cabin. I heard a scraping sound against the wall near the kitchen window, the one overlooking the dense thicket. Like branches being pushed aside, or someone trying to look in. My muscles screamed with tension, poker held high. Then silence again, a deeper silence than before. Had they gone? Were they waiting, circling? Minutes stretched into an eternity. I didn't move a muscle, barely breathed. The fire in the hearth had died down to glowing embers, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe like living things. Eventually, very faintly, I thought I heard the sound of a car engine starting, far down the track, quickly fading into the vast quiet of the forest. Or was that just wishful thinking, the wind picking up? I couldn't be sure. I stayed there, wedged between the fireplace and the wall, poker clutched tight, until the first hints of gray light began to filter through the gaps in the curtains. Hours had passed in a state of near paralysis. My body ached, my throat was painfully dry, but the adrenaline hadn't faded. It had settled into a low thrum and drained. Dawn. It didn't bring relief, only clarity. I couldn't stay here. Whoever was outside last night might come back. Or maybe they were still out there, watching. And even if they weren't, this cabin wasn't a sanctuary. It was a tomb, a hunting lodge where the prey was human. I had to get out. I had to take the box and get to the police. Moving with a stiff, robotic urgency, I forced myself into action. I stuffed my laptop, phone, wallet, and keys into my backpack. The lockbox, I hesitated for only a second before shoving it in too. It felt dangerous to keep, but leaving it felt worse. It was proof. It was justice for Melissa Powell and the others. I kept the fireplace poker in my hand. Before leaving, I crept to the front window, pulling the curtain back just a fraction of an inch. The early morning light illuminated the gravel path. Empty. The woods looked still, deceptively peaceful. No sign of anyone. No strange cars. Okay, now or never. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I unlocked the deadbolt. It sounded deafeningly loud. I pulled the door open a crack, peered out. Nothing. Then I ran. My sneakers pounded on the gravel path, the backpack bouncing heavily, the poker awkward in my hand. The 100 yards to my car felt like miles. Every rustle in the trees sounded like pursuit. My breath hitched in painful rasps. I fumbled with my keys, dropping them once, my fingers clumsy with fear and cold. Finally, I got the door open, threw myself inside, slammed and locked it. Keys in the ignition. Turn, please start, please start, please start. The engine sputtered, caught, died. My heart plummeted. No, no, no. I tried again, pumping the gas pedal uselessly, sputtered, and then roared to life. Tears of sheer relief streamed down my face. I didn't wait. Throwing the car into reverse, I spun around, spraying gravel, and gunned it down the rutted track, away from the cabin. The drive out was a white, knuckled nightmare. I bounced violently over ruts and rocks, convinced a tire would blow or the engine would stall at any moment. My eyes flicked constantly between the treacherous road and the rearview mirror. Was that flicker of light behind me just the sun hitting dew or headlights? Were those broken branches near the turnoff always there, or a sign someone had passed recently? Every shadow seemed to hold a watching figure. The low fuel light blinked insistently on the dashboard, adding another layer of panic. It felt like hours, but maybe it was only 30 minutes before the dirt track finally smoothed out, merging onto the blessed asphalt of the county road. And then, a miracle. One bar of cell service appeared on my phone screen. Then two. I pulled over, tires screeching, my hands shaking so badly I could barely 911. I choked out the story, babbling about the cabin, the cellar, the box, the Polaroids, Melissa Powell, the footsteps. The operator was calm, professional, maybe a little skeptical at first, but the terror in my voice must have convinced her. She told me to stay put, that deputies would meet me. She suggested the general store, the one where I saw Melissa's poster. It felt like a grim kind of symmetry. Waiting felt exposed, vulnerable, but less terrifying than being alone on that road. 2 patrol cars arrived within 20 minutes, lights off. I must have looked like a wild woman, mud-streaked, tear-faced, still clutching the fireplace poker. I showed them the box. I watched their faces shift from professional concern to disbelief, then grim determination as they carefully handled the Polaroids, gloved hands examining the faces frozen in time, some smiling, some terrified. The aftermath is a blur of police interviews, crime scene tape, forensic teams crawling all over the cabin I'd thought was paradise. They confirmed the existence of the cellar. They took the box, the photos, my evidence. They confirmed, over the following days and weeks, that nearly everyone in those photos corresponded to a missing persons report filed over the last 15 years in or around Prescott National Forest. Tourists, hikers, people like me looking for an escape. The property ownership was a tangled mess of LLCs and post office boxes, but the primary suspect became the elusive Mr. Henderson, who managed the rentals via untraceable emails and burner phones. He, of course, vanished the moment the investigation started. Maybe he was the one who came back to the cabin that night. Maybe he was checking on his trophies, or maybe he sensed something was wrong. They never found him. The case remains open. Officially, I left Arizona the next day, flew back to the gray, noisy city I'd been so desperate to escape. Remote work doesn't feel idyllic anymore. It just feels isolating in a different, less immediately lethal way. I moved apartments. I installed extra locks. I barely sleep. Every creak in the floorboard sounds like those cellar steps. Every shadow holds a potential watcher. The silence I crave now terrifies me. The dream of rustic solitude is dead, replaced by the chilling reality of what darkness can hide beneath a tranquil surface. Those faces in the Polaroids, I still see them when I close my eyes. Melissa Powell's terrified gaze. The smiling couple, oblivious. They were real people, looking for peace, just like me. I don't know if they'll ever catch the man who collected those photos. The man who turned that quiet cabinet gallery of stolen lives. Maybe he's still out there. Maybe he rents out other cabins. Sometimes, late at night, when the city noise fades just enough, I feel it again, that prickle on the back of my neck. The feeling of being watched. And I wonder if I ever truly escape the woods at all. Be careful what kind of quiet you seek. Sometimes the silence screams. My name's Liam, and about 6 months ago, I thought I'd found the escape hatch from my life. Trading the relentless concrete sprawl of Phoenix for the whispering pines and red rock shadows near Sedona felt like shedding a skin I'd long since outgrown. I wasn't running from the law or anything dramatic like that. I was running from noise. The constant hum of traffic, the incessant chatter of neighbors through thin apartment walls, the demanding ping of emails. It was a cacophony that had burrowed deep under my skin, leaving me perpetually frayed. Solitude wasn't just a desire, it felt like a biological necessity. That's how I ended up with the cabin. It wasn't listed in any glossy real estate brochures. I found it through a crusty old-timer in a Cottonwood diner, who overheard me asking about remote properties. Got a place, he'd mumbled around a toothpick, needs work, lots of it, up past Dry Creek. Belonged to my cousin Earl till he passed. Nobody's wanted it since. He wasn't kidding about the work. The place was less a cabin and more a collection of loosely affiliated timbers clinging stubbornly to a mountainside. The access road was a barely, their dirt track that threatened to reclaim my beat, up pickup every time I drove it. The cabin itself sat deep in a grove of ponderosa pines and alligator junipers, miles from the nearest neighbor, nestled against a steep, rocky incline. It was dilapidated, forgotten, and utterly perfect. The price reflected its condition, leaving me just enough savings to tackle the most essential repairs: leaky roof, questionable plumbing, windows that rattled like skeletal teeth in the wind. The previous owner, Earl, had apparently been something of a recluse himself. Died of old age, according to his cousin. Natural causes. Just stopped. Found a few weeks later by a hiker who'd wandered off the trail. The cabin had sat empty for years before that too. Earl hadn't exactly been Mr. Maintenance. Layers of dust coated everything like geological strata, cobwebs draped the roof, hewn beams like macabre decorations, and the air hung thick with the scent of stale wood smoke, decay. And something else, something faintly metallic and unsettling I couldn't quite place. The centerpiece of the main room, the only real room, besides a tiny bedroom and a bathroom that was more suggestion than facility, was a massive stone fireplace. It dominated the far wall, built from dark, heavy river rocks. But it was useless. At some point, long before I took ownership, someone had boarded it up tight with thick, weathered planks, nailed securely into the stone surround and the hearth. Why? I didn't know. Maybe the chimney was blocked. Maybe it was structurally unsound. It seemed like a lot of effort just to close off a fireplace. I added investigate fireplace to my mental list of projects. Somewhere below stopped the roof, leaking directly onto the fuse box, and evict the family of mice residing in the pantry. The first few weeks were exactly what I'd craved. Hard, physical labor under the vast Arizona sky, the only sounds the wind sighing through the pines, the screech of a distant hawk, and the satisfying thud of my hammer. I patched the roof, coaxed the plumbing into a semblance of cooperation, and replaced broken window panes. At night, I'd sit on the rickety porch, nursing a cheap beer, watching the stars ignite in a sky unsullied by city lights. The silence was immense, profound. It pressed in on me, heavy as a blanket, erasing the static that had filled my head for years. This was it, solitude achieved. Then came the nights where this started to feel less empty. It began subtly, a faint tap. Tap, tap. So quiet at first I dismissed it as the house settling, the expansion and contraction of old wood. Arizona nights get surprisingly cold, even after warm days. Houses creak, it's normal. Or maybe it was a woodpecker, though it seemed an odd time for them to be active. Sometimes I'd hear scurrying sounds in the walls, mice, probably, or pack rats. Annoying, but mundane. But the tapping was different. It wasn't the random creak of timber or the frantic scrabble of rodents. It had a pause. A rhythm tap, tap, tap. It always seemed to come when the cabin was at its quietest, usually deep in the night when the wind died down and the world outside held its breath. I'd be drifting off to sleep, that hazy state between consciousness and oblivion, and it would start, faint but persistent. Tap, top, tap, tapping. I tried to pinpoint the source. I'd get out of bed, my feet freezing on the rough wooden floorboards, and listen intently. The sound was maddeningly elusive. It seemed to emanate from the very heart of the cabin. I checked the windows secure, the door locked. I walked the perimeter outside with a flashlight, scanning the walls and roofline, finding nothing. No loose shutters, no branches scraping against the siding. Nothing. One particularly still night, maybe a month after I moved in, the sound was clearer than ever. I was lying awake, staring at the ceiling beams silhouetted in the faint moonlight filtering through the dusty window. Tap, 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 tap.
Pause.
Tap, 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 tap. I sat bolt upright. The sound wasn't coming from the walls, or the roof, or the floor. It was coming from the fireplace, from behind the heavy wooden planks sealing the opening. A chill, entirely unrelated to the night air, traced its way down my spine. It was impossible. The fireplace was solid stone, boarded up tight. What could be inside it? A trapped animal? Surely it would have made more noise, more frantic sounds, and wouldn't have survived this long. Besides, the sound wasn't frantic, it's measured. Deliberate. Tap, 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 tap.
Pause. Tap, tap.
I got up and approached it cautiously, the floorboards groaning under my weight. Standing before the boarded-up hearth, I pressed my ear against the rough wood. The sound was faint, muffled, but undeniably originating from within the fireplace structure. It wasn't loud, but it was rhythmic, consistent. Each tap was distinct, separated by calculated pauses.
Tap, 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 tap.
Tap, tap. My blood ran cold. That rhythm, it wasn't random, it felt structured, like code. I shook my head, backing away. That was ridiculous. Sleep deprivation, isolation playing tricks on my mind. It was pipes settling, or residual heat causing pops in the stone, or some bizarre echo from outside. Anything but code. Anything but something inside that sealed fireplace, methodically tapping out a message in the dead of night. But the explanation felt thin, flimsy. The sound was too precise, too persistent. I spent the rest of that night wide awake, straining to hear it over the frantic pounding of my own heart. The silence of the cabin suddenly feeling less like peaceful solitude and more like suffocating, watchful waiting. The escape I'd sought was morphing into a different kind of prison, one walled not with concrete and noise, but with impenetrable woods, oppressive silence, and a rhythmic tapping that had started to sound chillingly like a voice trying to break through from somewhere dark and long forgotten. The fireplace, once just a defunct feature, now loomed in the center of the room like a sealed tomb, guarding a secret I was becoming increasingly terrified to uncover. The solitude was absolute, but I had the terrifying, creeping certainty that I was not alone. Sleep became a forgotten luxury. How can you rest when your sanctuary whispers secrets in the dark? The tapping wasn't constant, which was somehow worse. It would stop for an hour, maybe two, letting a fragile hope bloom in my chest. Maybe it was just the house, maybe I was imagining the pattern. Then, just as exhaustion started to claim me, it would return. Tap, 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 persistent, patient, infuriatingly rhythmic. My initial attempts at rationalization grew increasingly desperate. I spent hours examining the plumbing schematics I'd found crumpled in a drawer, crude, hand-drawn things probably sketched by Earl himself. No pipes ran near the base of the fireplace internally. I climbed onto the roof again, checked the chimney stack solid, capped. No obvious way for wind to create such a precise internal sound. I set humane traps around the fireplace base, thinking maybe a particularly stubborn pack rat had found a cavity. The traps remained empty, the bait untouched. The tapping continued. The solitude I'd craved now felt like a curse. Miles from anyone, with unreliable cell service that flickered between one bar and none. Who could I even tell? Hey, I think my fireplace is haunted by a Morse code enthusiast. I'd sound insane. Doubt began to gnaw at me. Was I losing my mind? Was the isolation, the silence, cracking something inside me? The previous owner, Earl, a recluse, died here alone. Maybe loneliness did strange things to the psyche in this place, but the sound was too real, too consistent. And the unsettling feeling that it was code wouldn't leave me. It felt less like a haunting and more like an attempt at communication, desperate and muffled. One rainy afternoon, driven indoors in half, mad from lack of sleep, and the tap that had started up with the receding light, I began rummaging through the boxes of junk Earl had left behind, piled in a corner of the bedroom. Old magazines, fishing tackle, yellowed receipts, mostly rubbish, but tucked at the bottom of one box, beneath a stack of farmers' almanacs, was a thin dog-eared paperback, the Boy Scout Handbook, circa 1970-something. My heart gave a painful lurch. I flipped through the brittle pages, the scent of old paper filling the air. Navigation, knots, first aid, and there it was, a section on signaling, including Morse code. B, C, E. It felt like finding a key, albeit one to a door I wasn't sure I wanted to open. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat at the rough wooden table, the Boy Scout Handbook open, a pencil stub and a cheap notepad in front of me. I poured a stiff measure of whiskey, not for enjoyment, but to steady my nerves. Then I waited. The tapping began around 2 a.m. Tap, shop, tap, tap. Long. Oh no, that wasn't right. The book showed dots and dashes, short taps and long taps, or maybe taps and pauses. I strained to listen, focusing with an intensity that made my head ache. Were some taps louder, longer, or was it the space between them?
Tap. Pause. Tap. Pause. 3 short. And S.
Then a longer pause. Tap, tap. 3 quick taps, maybe. Another S. No, the rhythm felt different. It was painstaking. The muffled nature of the sound made it hard to distinguish subtle variations. Was that a short tap, or just a faint long one? Was that a pause between letters, or the end of a word? My first few attempts at transcription were nonsensical strings of letters, S-E-T-N-A-E-R-E, T-E-Say, frustration mounted. I threw the pencil down more than once, convinced I was chasing phantoms, imposing order on random noise. I paced the small cabin, feeling the walls close in, the oppressive weight of the surrounding wilderness pressing down. But every time I was about to give up, to dismiss it as stress and isolation, the tapping would resume its steady, deliberate rhythm, drawing me back. I changed my approach. Instead of trying to translate on the fly, I just listened, marking down shorts, dots and longs, dashes, or maybe just slightly longer taps, and noting the pauses. It took hours of listening, scribbling, checking the handbook, crossing out, starting again. The whiskey bottle emptied. The cabin grew cold, outside. The first hint of dawn began to gray the eastern sky. And then, staring at the series of dots and dashes I'd painstakingly transcribed during a particularly clear, repeated sequence of taps, I saw it. Elo era ave nce lara vance. The name hung in the air, stark and chilling. It wasn't a random jumble letters. It was a name, spelled out, clear as day, in Morse code tapped from within a sealed fireplace. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my laptop, praying for a flicker of cell signal. 1 bar. Enough. I typed, Alara Vance, Sedona, Arizona, into the search bar, my breath catching in my throat. The results flooded in, fragments 2 decades old. Alara Vance, 22 years old. Vanished without a trace 19 years ago while hiking alone on a trail not 5 miles from where my cabin now stood. Extensive searches at the time found nothing. No body, no clear signs of foul play initially. Just a car parked at the trailhead and a young woman swallowed by the vast indifference of the wilderness. But the story didn't end there. Months later, some of her belongings, a distinctive turquoise bracelet, a torn piece of her jacket, were found in the possession of a local man named Silas Croft, a known poacher and drifter with a history of minor offenses and unsettling behavior. Croft vehemently denied any involvement, claiming he'd found the items near an abandoned campsite deep in the woods. There wasn't enough evidence to charge him with murder, especially with no body, but the cloud of suspicion clung to him. The official investigation stalled, hampered by lack of evidence and Croft's evasiveness. Ellara became another statistic, another face on a cold case file. Then, the articles mentioned, Silas Croft died about 12 years ago, ironically, not from legal justice, but from a knife wound sustained in a drunken brawl outside a bar down in Camp Verde. With Croft dead, the prime suspect was gone. The case, while never officially solved, was effectively closed in the minds of the community and overworked authorities. Ellara Vance was presumed dead, another victim claimed by the wilderness or by a man who took his secrets to the grave. I stared at the screen, then at the boarded up fireplace, then back at the name I had transcribed. Ellara Vance. The tapping had stopped with the dawn light filtering through the window. Silence filled the cabin once more, but it wasn't the peaceful silence I'd sought. It was a heavy, pregnant silence, thick with unanswered questions and impossible implications. The official story was neat, if unsatisfying. Girl disappears, troubled local found with her things, suspect dies, case goes cold. But the tapping rewrote the narrative entirely. It suggested Ellara, or something connected to her, was here, communicating, trapped. And if Croft didn't kill her, or if the story was more complicated, then what really happened to Ellara Vance? The fireplace loomed before me, no longer just a dilapidated feature of a fixer, upper cabin, but a potential crypt, a marker, a desperate beacon. The rhythmic message from within its stone confines wasn't just a creepy anomaly, it was evidence. Evidence that the past wasn't buried, and that the killer everyone assumed was responsible might not have been the end of the story. Evidence tapped out in the lonely dead of night, spelling a name the world had tried to forget. My blood ran cold. The solitude was absolute, but the presence I felt was terrifyingly real, and it had a name. Ellara Vance. And she, or something tied to her fate, was inside my fireplace. Knowing the name didn't bring peace, it brought obligation. The tapping hadn't returned since dawn broke, leaving the cabin steeped in a heavy, watchful silence that felt even more unnerving than the rhythmic communication. Ellara Vance. A 19-year-old cold case, whispering from behind planks and stone in my living room. I couldn't ignore it. Not anymore. The idea of leaving her message unheard, her final moments sealed away, felt like a profound betrayal. Sleep was impossible anyway. My mind raced with gruesome possibilities, fueled by caffeine and the dregs of last night's whiskey. Waiting for full daylight felt like cowardice, but facing whatever lay within that fireplace in the dark was unthinkable. As the morning sun slanted through the dusty windows, casting long shadows across the floor, I gathered my tools: a heavy crowbar pried through a shed, a claw hammer, work gloves, and my brightest flashlight. My hands felt clumsy, slick with nervous sweat. Every creak of the cabin seemed amplified. Every gust of wind outside sounded like an approaching footstep. Standing before the boarded up fireplace felt like standing at the edge of a grave. The rough wooden planks seemed ancient, immovable. I wedged the tip of the crowbar into the gap between the top board and the stone mantelpiece. Taking a deep breath, I threw my weight into it. The wood groaned in protest, old nails screeching as they fought against release. Dust rained down, thick and choking, smelling of soot, decay, and something else, that faint, metallic tang I'd noticed when I first arrived, now much stronger. One by one, I attacked the boards. It was brutal work. The nails were long, deeply embedded, some rusted firmly into place. Wood splintered, My muscles burned, sweat dripped into my eyes. With each board I rustled free. My heart hammered against my ribs. I half expected the tapping to start again, frantic now, or for something to reach out from the darkness behind the wood. But there was only silence from within, a void that seemed to absorb the violent sounds of my efforts. Finally, the last board splintered and came away in my hands. I dropped it, coughing, waving away the cloud of disturbed dust. Before me lay the fireplace opening dark, cavernous and choked with accumulated debris. Old leaves, twigs, dust bunnies the size of small animals, and a thick layer of fine gray ash. It smelled cold. Ancient. I shone the flashlight beam inside. The firebox itself was surprisingly intact, built from dark, fire-stained bricks. The chimney flue seemed blocked higher up. A dense plug of nesting material and debris was visible, likely the reason it was boarded up in the first place. A simple, mundane explanation, except for the tapping, except for Ilara Vance. My eyes scanned the interior, the beam cutting through the gloom. Nothing immediately obvious. No human remains, thank God. Just dirt and debris. Disappointment warred with relief. Had I imagined it all? Was the Morse code a product of my stressed, isolated mind interpreting random sounds from the blocked chimney? Then my light caught something. Low down, at the back of the firebox. One of the bricks looked slightly askew, recessed more than its neighbors. Driven by a final surge of adrenaline, fueled certainty, I reached inside, my gloved hand brushing through cobwebs and gritty ash. The brick was loose. With a bit of effort, wiggling it back and forth, it came free in my hand. Behind it was a small, dark cavity, barely large enough to accommodate my fist. And inside that cavity, nestled on a bed of crumbling mortar, was a small, rectangular object, a metal box, something like an old biscuit tin or a large tobacco container, tarnished and dark with age but sealed. My breath hitched. Carefully, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, I drew the box out. It was heavier than it looked. I carried it over to the table, wiping the grime away with a trembling hand. There were no markings on the outside. Using the edge of the crowbar, I gently pried the lid open. The seal broke with a faint hiss of escaping air. Inside, resting on faded, brittle fabric, were a few items. A small, tarnished silver locket, heart-shaped. A single, pressed wildflower, its color long faded to brown. And beneath them, rolled tightly and tied with a piece of string, was a small sheaf of paper. Diary pages, yellowed and fragile. With painstaking care, I untied the string and unrolled the papers. The handwriting was small, neat, feminine, written in faded blue ink. October 12th. He saw me near the trailhead. Knew he would. Can't go back. Not after what I saw. Have to hide. Woods feel safer than town now. How can someone everyone trusts be like that? Found this old cabin. Looks empty years. Chimneys blocked, but fireplace cavity behind bricks is dry. Small, but maybe safe for a night. October 13th. He came past, didn't see me. Heard his truck on the dirt track. Think he's looking, scared, so cold. Finished the water. Tried to signal, tapping on the stone. Like Morse code Dad taught me, Sos! Anyone, please. So thirsty. Tapping again. Eloar, my name. Maybe someone will hear. Just want someone to know. It wasn't Silas. He was strange. But he didn't. It was MH, always watching. Saw him near the wash. Shouldn't have been there. He saw me see him. So weak now. Tapping so hard to keep rhythm. The last few words trailed off into faint, illegible scratches. MH, my blood turned to ice. I scrambled for my laptop, signal flickering precariously. I searched Sedona's local history, prominent figures from 20 years ago. Landowners, businessmen. My eyes landed on a name associated with several large properties bordering the national forest, including tracts of land not far from Earl's and therefore my cabin. Michael Hemlock, a well-respected figure back then, involved in local council, owner of a construction business. Died of a heart attack maybe 5 years ago, always watching. MH Ilara hadn't been killed by Silas Croft, the town pariah. She'd been running from someone else entirely, someone powerful and respected. She'd hidden here, in this cabin, maybe thinking it was abandoned even then, or perhaps Earl was away. She'd crawled into the fireplace cavity, seeking shelter, and become trapped or too weak to get out. The tapping, it hadn't been a ghost. It had been her desperate, fading attempts to signal for help before she succumbed to exposure or dehydration inside that cramped, dark space. Silas Croft likely just found the items she dropped or discarded near the trail much later. He was a convenient scapegoat, his death burying the last awkward questions and the fireplace. Boarded up later, maybe by Earl, finding the cavity and the horrific secret within, or maybe just sealing a draft, never knowing what the loose brick concealed. The blocked chimney was the mundane reason. Alara's undiscovered tomb was the horrific truth. The tapping was gone now. The silence in the cabin was absolute, profound. But it wasn't peaceful. Alara's story hung heavy in the air, a chilling testament to fear, desperation, and a secret kept for 2 decades. I carefully placed the diary pages back in the box with the locket and the flower. What now? Go to the police. With this, evidence implicating a dead man, found based on tapping Morse code from a fireplace. They'd think I was crazy, or worse. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky outside in hues of orange and blood red, a new kind of fear settled over me. The immediate horror of the fireplace had passed, replaced by a sprawling, undefined dread. Michael Hemlock was dead, but he had family, business associates, people who might have known or suspected, people who might want the truth to remain buried, sealed away like Alara had been. I looked out the window, into the deepening shadows beneath the pines. The woods no longer felt empty. They felt watchful. Had Earl known? Had he boarded up the fireplace not just because of the draft, but because he feared the truth Alara represented, or the man she was fleeing? A twig snapped nearby. My head whipped towards the sound. Probably just an animal, a deer, a javelina. But standing there, alone in the cabin that held Alara Vance's final moments, with her desperate words clutched in my hand, every sound seemed loaded with intent. The solitude I'd craved felt like a trap. I had stumbled onto the end of a cold case, but instead of closure, I felt exposed, entangled in something that might not be over. The tapping had stopped, but I had the sickening feeling that I was still listening for something in the silence. And that, this time, I wasn't the only one. The forest watched, the cabin held its secrets close, and the profound quiet felt less like peace and more like the held breath before a scream. I was alone, miles from anywhere, with a truth that might be more dangerous than any ghost. My name's Sophia Bellwether. Don't let the slightly old-fashioned surname fool you. I'm pure 20, first-century pragmatist, born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona, with a healthy dose of skepticism baked in by the desert sun. Or at least I was. Right now, sitting hunched over a rickety pine table in a cabin that smells faintly of bat guano and century-old regrets. Pragmatism feels like a foreign language I barely remember studying. My hands are shaking slightly as I type this. The glow of the laptop screen, the only thing pushing back the oppressive darkness pooling outside the grimy windows. I need to get this down, to try and make sense of it, even if it's just for myself. Maybe especially for myself. I'm a PhD candidate in American Studies, focusing on the socio-cultural footprints left by extractive industries in the West. Sounds dry, I know, but for me, it's fascinating. Ghost towns aren't just decaying buildings, they're repositories of dreams, failures, violence, and ambition, all layered under decades of dust. My thesis zeroes in on Arizona's silver and copper booms of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, specifically the folklore and lingering psychological impacts on the tiny communities that clung to life long after the mines petered out. You find the strangest stories in these places, echoes of lives lived at the raw edge of civilization, stories that sometimes feel a little too real. Which brings me here, to this unnamed speck on a topographical map somewhere deep in the Bradshaw Mountains. Let's call the nearest actual ghost town Jackal Gulch. though that's not its real name. Finding reliable information, let alone accommodation, near these truly remote sites is half the battle. Jackal Gulch itself is little more than a few skeletal foundations and a dangerously leaning headframe, miles from the nearest paved road. My research indicated a cluster of smaller, outlying claims nearby, often single, prospector operations swallowed by the desert when the main veins ran dry. One of these, according to fragmented county records and a notoriously unreliable local history pamphlet, was worked by a man named Elias Thorne in the 1890s. The records stop abruptly. The pamphlet cryptically mentions misfortune and a mind lost to the stone. Finding this cabin was a stroke of improbable luck, or perhaps something else entirely. Weeks of searching online archives, cross-referencing old maps, and making awkward phone calls to county clerks yielded nothing. Then, I stumbled upon a forum dedicated to Arizona backcountry exploration. A cryptic post from years ago mentioned a caretaker's shack near the old Thorn claim. Sometimes used by hikers, though. Not recommended. No pictures, no booking site. Just a vague description and a warning to pack out everything you pack in, and maybe leave a little whiskey for the old-timer. More digging led me to a retired Forest Service ranger living in Prescott. He remembered the place. Thorn's Folly, we called it. He rasped over the phone, his voice thick with years and maybe a little bit of pity for my academic quest. Cabin's still there, last I heard. Built solid, surprisingly, but nobody stays long. Bad air up there, bad air. Like pollution from the mine. I asked Ever the academic. He chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. Not that kind of bad air, Missy. Just unsettling. Folks hear things, see things. Probably just the wind and the coyotes, but it gets in your head. Especially knowing about Thorn. What exactly happened to him? Story goes he struck a rich vein, worked himself ragged, paranoid someone would jump his claim. Started talking to the rocks, they say. One day, he just stopped. Vanished. Some think he sealed himself in the mine with his silver. Others think he just wandered off into the desert, mad as a hatter. Either way, the place feels watchful. He told me how to find the turn-off, a barely visible track obscured by creosote bushes, and wished me luck in a tone that suggested I'd need it. The drive itself was an ordeal. My trusty SUV bounced and scraped over rocks and ruts for the better part of 2 hours. After leaving the last semblance of asphalt, cell service vanished within the first 20 minutes. The landscape grew increasingly stark and primordial, jagged peaks clawing at a sapphire sky. Forests of saguaro giving way to scrub oak and gnarled pine at the higher elevation. The silence was immense, broken only by the engine's growl and the crunch of gravel. By the time I finally spotted the cabin, tucked into a shallow ravine shaded by ancient ponderosas, I felt like I'd driven back a century. The ranger was right. It was built solid. Row-hewn logs, chinked with some kind of hardened mud mixture, sat on a foundation of local stone. A sagging porch, a stone chimney, 2 small windows like vacant eyes. It was rudimentary, a main room with a fireplace, a small sleeping alcove, and a tiny, lean-to-kitchen area with a hand pump for water that thankfully, miraculously, still worked, producing cold, metallic-tasting water. Dust lay thick on everything, but it was dry and relatively free of pests, save for the occasional desiccated spider husk. The air was thick, heavy, with the scent of old wood, dust, pine needles, and something else, an undercurrent of cold stone, like the inside of a cave. And maybe 50 yards away, partially obscured by manzanita and buckthorn, was the mine shaft entrance, or what was left of it. It looked exactly as described in the sparse records collapsed. A jumble of heavy timbers, rockfall, and earth sealed the opening completely. It didn't look like a recent collapse either. Mature bushes grew amongst the debris. There was no way in or out. I made a note to photograph it thoroughly in the morning light. The first day and a half were productive, if lonely. I set up my laptop, spread out my maps and notes, and organized my supplies. I explored the immediate area, careful not to stray too far, photographing the cabin, the surrounding terrain, the collapsed mine entrance. The silence was profound. No traffic noise, no planes overhead, just the sighing wind in the pines, the buzz of unseen insects, the occasional cry of a hawk circling high above. It was beautiful in a severe, intimidating way, but the ranger's words echoed. Watchful. It was easy to feel observed when you were the only living soul for miles. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual, jumping at the sudden chatter of a squirrel or the skittering of a lizard. I chalked it up to isolation jitters, the city dweller's unease in true wilderness. That first night, sleep came easily, exhaustion overriding any nascent fear. The second night, however, was different. I stayed up late, cross-referencing some 1890s newspaper archives I'd downloaded, searching for any mention of Elias Thorne beyond the official records. I found a small, brief article from the Prescott Weekly Courier, dated 1897. It mentioned local concern about the reclusive prospector near Jackal Gulch, noting his increasing erratic behavior and avoidance of fellow miners. Nothing concrete, just whispers and worries. No mention of violence, just a strangeness. Around 1 a.m., I finally shut the laptop, the silence rushing back in to fill the space left by the quiet hum of the machine. I banked the fire in the hearth, leaving just embers glowing, and crawled into my sleeping bag in the alcove. The cabin creaked around me, the normal settling sounds of old wood contracting in the cool night air. I listened for coyotes, heard none. Just the wind, a low moan around the eaves. I was drifting off, that pleasant fuzzy state between wakefulness and sleep. And then I heard it. Clink, scrape, K. My eyes snapped open in the pitch darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. Was it inside the cabin? No, it was outside. Chi-ha-chunk. It was rhythmic, unmistakable, the sound of metal striking rock, specifically the distinct, percussive echo of a pickaxe. Crapple? It wasn't faint. It was sharp, clear, and terrifyingly close. It sounded like it was coming from just outside my window, coming from the direction of the mine shaft, the collapsed, sealed, impenetrable mine shaft. I wasn't dreaming. The sound was too precise, too metallic, too real. Someone or something was out there, and the only thing out there, besides 50 yards of uneven, moonlit dirt and scrub, was the tomb of Elias Thorne's ambition. My breath caught in my throat, trapped somewhere between a gasp and a scream. The pragmatist in me scrambled for explanations, an animal knocking stones loose. The wind carrying a sound from miles away, but the rhythm was too deliberate, the impact too forceful. It was the sound of work. Hard, relentless work, echoing out of the impossible. Clinkin continued, steady as a heartbeat, a chilling metronome in the vast, terrifying silence of the Arizona night. And I was utterly, completely alone. The sound bored directly into my skull, bypassing my ears. Panic seized me, cold and paralyzing. My first instinct was pure animal reflex freeze. Don't move, don't breathe, don't betray my presence. Even though rationally I knew whatever was making that noise had to know I was here. This wasn't some random geological settling. It was methodical, rhythmic, the cadence of manual labor echoing through the thin cabin walls. My mind raced, desperately trying to impose order on the impossible. An animal. No creature moved with such deliberate, metallic percussion. Wind. The wind sighed and moaned. It didn't hammer stone with focused intent. Another person, maybe a hiker, lost and trying to signal. But why dig at a collapsed mine shaft in the dead of night? And why hadn't they approached the cabin, seeking light and help? Every logical explanation crumbled against the stark reality of the sound. Clink, scrape, Team K. How long did I lie there, rigid in my sleeping bag, listening? 10 minutes, an hour. Time seemed to warp, stretching and compressing. The sound was relentless. It drilled into the silence, amplifying the isolation, making the sturdy log walls feel paper thin. Finally, a different instinct pushed through the fear. The researchers need to observe, to gather data, even if the data was terrifying. Slowly, inch by agonizing inch, I slid out of my sleeping bag. The floorboards were cold beneath my bare feet. I crept towards the nearest window, the one facing the general direction of the mine shaft. My heart felt like it was trying to batter its way out of my chest. My breath hitched with every tanke. I reached the window, the glass frigid against my fingertips. The curtains were thin, flimsy things, offering little more than psychological concealment. Taking a shaky breath, I pulled the edge back just enough to peer out. Moonlight bathed the clearing in a ghostly, silvered light. The familiar shapes of the ponderosas and manzanita bushes stood stark and skeletal against the paler ground. I scanned the area around the mine entrance. 50 yards away, nothing moved. Just shadows, long and distorted in the lunar glow. The jumble of rocks and earth sealing the shaft looked undisturbed, exactly as it had in the daylight. And as I watched, the sound stopped, abruptly. Mid-swing, it felt like. The silence that rushed back in was somehow heavier, more menacing than the noise had been. Had I been heard? Seen was something out there, watching me watch it. I stayed frozen at the window, eyes straining, until spots danced in my vision. Nothing. No movement, no sound other than the blood pounding in my ears and the incessant, low sigh of the wind. Did I imagine it? Was it some kind of auditory hallucination brought on by stress and isolation? A hypnagogic jerk amplified by the unfamiliar surroundings. Doubt warred with the visceral certainty I felt. That sound had been real. I retreated from the window, my legs trembling. Barricade the door. With what? The flimsy wooden table. A couple of rickety chairs. It felt futile. Calling for help was impossible. My satellite phone, like my cell, showed zero signal inside the cabin's thick walls, and I wasn't about to step outside into that waiting silence. Sleep was now an impossibility. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the main room's armchair, wrapped in my sleeping bag, jumping at every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, straining to hear if the digging would resume. It didn't. The silence held until the first pale fingers of dawn began to probe the darkness. As soon as the sun cleared the jagged ridgeline, casting long morning shadows, I knew I had to investigate. Fear warred with a desperate need for answers, for proof that I wasn't losing my mind, armed with my heavy-duty flashlight, more for reassurance than illumination in the broad daylight, and my geological hammers, feeling woefully adequate as a weapon. I forced myself out the cabin door. The morning air was crisp and cold, smelling of pine and damp earth. The birds were starting their calls, a cheerful normalcy that felt jarringly out of place after the night's terror. I walked slowly, deliberately, towards the mine shaft, scanning the ground. I wasn't sure what I expected to find: footprints, discarded tools, something. The area around the collapsed entrance was exactly as I'd seen it yesterday. The dirt and gravel seemed undisturbed. No fresh footprints, human or otherwise, marred the ground near the rockfall. The bushes growing amongst the ceiling debris were intact, their leaves dusty but unbroken. I ran my flashlight beam over the jumble of rocks and heavy timbers blocking the entrance. Everything looked solid, anciently sealed. Lichen grew thick on some of the exposed rocks, patterns that took years, decades to form. There was no sign of recent disturbance, no newly excavated dirt, no chipped rock faces. It looked exactly like what it was supposed to be: a mine collapsed long ago, untouched by human hands for generations. The impossibility of the sound I'd heard hit me anew. It simply could not have come from here. So where did it come from? Frustrated and unnerved, I widened my search pattern around the entrance, and then I saw it. Tucked partially under a thorny buckthorn bush, almost hidden unless you were looking closely, was a small, heavily rusted piece of metal. It was about the size of my palm, flaked with orange decay, its original shape almost entirely lost to time. It might have been part of an old shovel head, or maybe the tip of a pickaxe. But it was clearly ancient. It hadn't been dropped there last night. It looked like it had been lying there, slowly surrendering to the elements since Elias Thorne himself last walked this ground, finding itself nothing. If anything, it deepened the chill a tangible link to the mine's grim history, lying innocuously in the morning sun. I retreated to the relative safety of the cabin, the rusted metal fragment feeling heavy and cold in my pocket. I needed answers. I booted up my laptop, ignoring the low battery warning. I'd run the generator later, and pulled up my research files on Elias Thorne. I pushed past the official records, the dry geological surveys, and dug into the folder labeled Folklore and Anecdotes. This was the collection of scanned pamphlets, transcribed oral histories from descendants of Jackal Gulch residents, and notations from obscure local history books. That's where I found the reference I'd previously skimmed over. It was in a transcription of an interview with the granddaughter of Jackal Ghost's last postmaster, recorded in the 1970s. She spoke of the stories her grandfather used to tell about Mad Thorne. Grandpappy said Thorne wasn't just looking for silver. The transcript read, he said Thorne claimed he'd hear things down in the deep tunnels. Scratching, chipping. Said it weren't him doing it. Said something else was down there, something old, trying to dig its way out, or maybe dig its way deeper. Thorne got spooked, started talking about how the rock itself was alive, whispering to him. Grandpappy thought he was just hitting the bottle too hard, or breathing bad air from the blasting. But then Thorne vanished, boarded up his shaft tight, folks said, tighter'n any man normally would. Then, gone. Some said they still heard chippin' sounds coming from his sealed-up mine years after, like he'd locked something in or locked himself in with it. A cold dread washed over me. Chippin' sounds. Something else down there. It aligned too closely with what I'd heard. This wasn't just a ghost story, it felt like a warning. The rest of the day passed in a haze of anxiety. I tried to work, but my focus was shot. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. The wind whistling around the chimney sounded like whispers. I kept glancing at the windows, expecting to see a face peering in. The heavy silence of the place, once profound, now felt suffocatingly expectant. Late in the afternoon, I decided I needed to at least check if I could leave. Better to know now than find out in a panic later. I walked out to my SUV, parked near the cabin, and my stomach plummeted. The front driver's side tire was completely, unequivocally flat. Not a slow leak, flat. As if it had been slashed. I knelt, examining it. No obvious gash, but it was sitting on the rim. Maybe I'd run over something sharp on the drive-in. It was possible. The track was terrible. But the timing felt malicious. Changing it would take time, effort, and require me to be outside, vulnerable, for at least half an hour. And the sun was already beginning its descent towards the western peaks. As dusk began to bleed into the sky, painting the clouds in bruised shades of purple and orange, a new sound started. Faint, at first. Rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It wasn't coming from the direction of the mine shaft this time. It was coming from directly beneath my feet, from the cold, packed earth under the cabin floorboards. Thump, 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 like something heavy, muffled by soil and wood, striking upwards. My blood ran cold. The mine workings, did they extend under here? Was Elias Thorne, or whatever he'd feared, not just haunting the collapsed shaft, but the very ground I stood upon? I backed away from the center of the room, heart pounding, eyes darting towards the door, the windows, the fireplace. The sound persisted, a slow, subterranean heartbeat, and then, through the grimy window facing the mine, I saw it. Just for a second, a flicker at the edge of vision. A tall, impossibly thin silhouette standing motionless near the rockfall of the mine entrance, stark against the fading light. Before I could properly focus, before I could even gasp, it dissolved into the deepening shadows, leaving only the stark shapes of the bushes and the oppressive, watchful silence, and the rhythmic thumping beneath my feet. Getting stronger. Thump, T-H-E-M-P, G-M-P. The sound wasn't just auditory anymore. I could feel it, a low, resonant vibration rising through the soles of my feet, through the rough wooden floorboards. It felt ancient, impossibly strong, like the earth itself had developed a slow, malevolent heartbeat directly beneath me. The image of that impossibly thin silhouette by the mine entrance burned behind my eyelids, not aggressive, just there, a silent sentinel in the deepening twilight, watching. Panic, sharp and electric, finally shattered my paralysis. Stay inside, with that noise coming from below, seeming to get stronger, more insistent. It felt like waiting in a trap. The cabin, my only shelter, suddenly seemed like the most dangerous place to be. The mine, Elias Thorne. The whispers from the transcription, something else was down there, trying to dig its way out. Was it trying to come up? My eyes dotted around the room, searching for, I don't know what, a weapon, an escape route I hadn't considered. My gaze fell on the hearth, cold now except for gray ashes. Beside it lay a heavy iron fireplace poker, probably untouched for decades. I grabbed it, the pitted metal cold and solid in my sweating palm. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. THUMP, THEMP, THUMP. Louder now. I could almost feel the pressure building beneath the floor. Was the wood beginning to splinter? My mind screamed Guy-toed. The flat tire. Right, escape wasn't simple, but staying felt like suicide. Maybe I could drive on the rim just far enough to get a signal. Or maybe, just maybe, I could change the tire. Adrenaline surged, overriding the exhaustion and fear, at least partially. Action felt better than passive terror. I had to go outside, out into the twilight where that thing had been standing, where the pickaxe sounds had originated, where Elias Thorne had lost his mind. Taking a deep breath, clutching the poker like a lifeline, I unlatched the cabin door. It groaned open, revealing a world sinking into shades of deep blue and gray. The air was colder now, carrying the scent of pine and dust and something else. A faint, earthy smell, like damp soil freshly turned. TCMP. The sound followed me out, seeming to emanate from the ground around the cabin itself now. I forced myself not to look towards the mine shaft. Eyes fixed on my SUV, I moved quickly across the uneven ground. Reaching the vehicle felt like crossing a mile-wide battlefield. I fumbled in my pocket for the keys, unlocked the back, and hauled out the spare tire and the jack. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig in the surrounding woods sent jolts of terror through me. The thumping continued its relentless rhythm, a subterranean drumbeat counting down my remaining moments of sanity. Changing a tire on stable, level ground is annoying. Changing one on uneven dirt in fading light, while convinced something ancient and malevolent is about to claw its way out of the earth beneath you, is a particular circle of hell. My hands shook violently. I dropped the lug nuts twice, scrambling in the dirt to find them, the poker lying uselessly beside me. The jack felt unsteady on the soft ground. I kept glancing up, scanning the tree line, the path to the mine shaft, the dark windows of the cabin. Nothing, just the oppressive silence, punctuated by the thump, thump, thumping from the ground and the frantic rasp of my own breathing. Then, a new sound joined the terrifying symphony, faint at first, carried on the evening breeze. Clink, scrape, my blood froze. It was back, the pickaxe, from the direction of the mine. Clink, scrape, K. It was fainter than last night, more distant maybe, but unmistakable. Two distinct sources of unnatural noise now, the digging from the mine, and the rhythmic thumping from beneath the cabin's footprint. Were they connected? Or was I caught between two separate nightmares? Terror lent me a desperate strength. I worked faster, frantically spinning the lug wrench, ignoring the scrapes on my knuckles. The flat tire came off, heavy and useless. I wrestled the spare into place. The thumping under the ground seemed to intensify, the vibration palpable through the soles of my boots. The pickaxe sound continued its steady, chilling rhythm from the darkness near the shaft. Just tighten the nuts. Just getting tight enough. My internal monologue was a frantic prayer. I tightened the lugs in a star pattern, just like my dad taught me, the mundane action feeling surreal amidst the encroaching horror. Jack down. Throw the flat tire, jack, and wrench into the back. Slam the hatch shut. Poker still gripped in one hand, I scrambled into the driver's seat, slammed the door, locked it. fumbled the key into the ignition. The engine turned over, roared to life, the sound deafeningly loud after the unnatural quiet. Headlights cut through the near-total darkness, illuminating the dirt track leading away from the cabin, away from the mine, away from the madness. I didn't hesitate. Slamming the SUV into drive, I stomped on the accelerator. The vehicle lurched forward, tires spinning in the loose dirt before finding purchase. I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. The cabin stood dark and silent, but the ground around it, was it my imagination, or did the earth seem faintly disturbed, darker? As if something had indeed been pushing from below, and near the mine entrance, shrouded in shadow, just beyond the reach of my reversing lights, did I see a flicker of movement, a tall, thin shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness. I didn't wait to find out. I wrenched the wheel, turning the SUV onto the barely their track, and floored it. The vehicle bounced violently over rocks and ruts, branches scraping against the sides like skeletal fingers. I drove with reckless abandon, fueled by pure terror, eyes fixed on the narrow path illuminated by my headlights, refusing to look back. The 2-hour drive and felt like an eternity going out. Every shadow seemed to move, every bend in the track promised some fresh horror leaping out. The pickaxe sound faded behind me, but the memory of the thumping beneath my feet stayed, a phantom vibration in the floor of the SUV. It wasn't until I hit the blessed, beautiful asphalt of the county highway, bathed in the reassuring glow of a solitary streetlight marking the junction, that I allowed myself to slow down. I pulled over, engine idling, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. I checked my phone, 1 bar, then 2. Tears of relief streamed down one vitten, my voice trembling as I tried to explain my location and the fact that I felt I was in danger, babbling about sounds and shadows and a collapsed mine. The sheriff's deputy who met me 20 minutes later was polite but skeptical. He listened patiently, his expression carefully neutral. Yes, he knew about the old thorn cabin. Yes, people got spooked out there sometimes. Bad cell service, wild animals, wind playing tricks. He'd heard it all. He followed me back partway up the track, refusing to take his cruiser all the way, citing the road conditions. We found my flat tire, where I'd left it inside the SUV. He inspected it briefly with his flashlight. Looks like you ran over something sharp, he concluded. Probably on the way in. Happens all the time on these old roads. He shone his light towards the cabin, still distant up the track. Nothing seemed out of place. No sounds disturbed the night other than the crickets. He declined to go closer, citing lack of probable cause for any crime. He took my statement, advised me to get the tire properly repaired in Prescott, and suggested I find accommodation in town. His implication was clear: overwrought student, isolation, overactive imagination. He didn't hear the pickaxe. He didn't feel the thumping beneath the floorboards. He didn't see the silhouette. I didn't go back. I abandoned that section of my research, shifting my thesis focus to more documented, less remote mining histories. I submitted my dissertation, defended it, earned my doctorate. I live back in Phoenix now, surrounded by the comforting noises of the city. But the deputy was wrong. It wasn't just the wind or animals, or my imagination. I have the rusted piece of metal I found near the mine, sitting heavy in a box in my closet. Sometimes I take it out and hold it, the cold, decaying metal, a tangible link to that terror. And occasionally, late at night, when the city quiets down and the house settles around me, I hear it, or maybe I imagine I hear it, a faint, rhythmic tapping deep down somewhere, distant, persistent, like something trapped in the dark, still digging. Folks call me Mason, just Mason. Not Matt, not Matthew, though that's what's on my driver's license. Out here, names feel kind of superfluous, like putting a tie on a bear. Doesn't change what it is, doesn't make it any less wild. And wild is precisely what I came looking for, or maybe running from, depending on how you squint at it. That's why I'm holed up in this dusty, Time, forgotten family cabin tucked away somewhere, near the base of the Mogollon Rim in Arizona. The Rim, as locals call it, is this colossal escarpment, a geological monster stretching 200 miles, dense with ponderosa pines, scored by canyons, and whispering with legends older than the state itself. It's the kind of place where cell phone signals go to die, where the silence isn't just quiet, it's heavy. It presses in on you, thick with the scent of pine sap, damp earth, and something else, something ancient and watchful. The cabin belonged to my great-uncle, Silas, a man I only knew through faded photographs and hushed family stories, a prospector, a recluse, maybe a little bit crazy, they'd hinted. He built this place with his own 2 hands back in the 50s, dragging timber up slopes that would make a mountain goat sweat. After he passed, it sat empty for decades, a forgotten relic swallowed by the encroaching wilderness. My dad inherited it, never came up, and now, well, it's technically mine, I guess. A dubious inheritance of warped floorboards, leaky roofs, and enough dust to bury a small horse. I needed an escape hatch from the noise. Not just the city noise, the traffic, the sirens, the endless digital chatter, but the noise inside my own head. The constant hum of anxiety, the replays of conversations I should have had differently, the low thrum of dissatisfaction with, well, everything. My job felt like a slow leak, draining the color out of my days. My relationship had recently imploded, leaving behind the kind of bitter silence that screams louder than any argument. So, I packed my truck, tossed in some basic supplies, a couple of well-worn paperbacks, and pointed myself towards the Rim. Disconnect, recharge, reset. That was the mantra. Find some peace in the profound isolation. Funny how you can crave solitude, and then find yourself unnerved by its sheer, unblinking presence. The drive up was spectacular and increasingly desolate. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then rutted dirt tracks that clawed their way through the forest. The pines grew taller, denser, their branches interlocking overhead, filtering the fierce Arizona sun into shifting patterns on the forest floor. By the time I reached the Barely, their turnoff for the cabin, my truck was coated in red dust, and I hadn't seen another soul for hours. The cabin itself, well, it looked exactly like you'd picture a decades-old, neglected structure in the middle of nowhere. Weather, beaten timber, grayed and splintered by countless seasons. A sagging porch roof held up by leaning posts. Windows like vacant eyes staring out from beneath dusty eaves. The forest crowded right up to its walls, pine needles blanketing the roof, branches scratching against the siding like bony fingers in the wind. It wasn't charmingly rustic, it was stubbornly, almost defiantly, old. Unlocking the stiff, swollen door required a shoulder shove and a muttered curse. The air inside was thick and stale, smelling of dust, mouse droppings, and the faint, lingering scent of wood smoke from a long dead fire. Cobwebs draped every corner like macabre decorations. Furniture huddled under ghostly white sheets. It was less a welcoming retreat and more a mausoleum dedicated to great Uncle Silas's solitude. The first few days were about reclamation, sweeping away layers of dust, patching a leaky spot in the roof with some spare shingles I found in a collapsing shed out back, battling the persistent spiders who seemed to view me as an unwelcome intruder in their domain. I got the ancient propane stove working, coaxed the well pump back to life. The water ran rusty at first, then cleared and established a routine. Mornings spent hiking the faint trails that snaked away from the cabin, afternoons reading on the porch, evenings listening to the wind sigh through the pines and the distant yip of coyotes. The silence began to feel less oppressive, more companionable. I was disconnecting, just like I planned. The noise in my head was quieting, replaced by the sounds of the forest. But there was still an undercurrent, a feeling. You know the one, the prickle on the back of your neck, when you feel like you're being watched, even when you know you're alone. Sometimes, deep in the woods, I'd get the distinct impression of unseen eyes tracking my progress. In the cabin at night, the normal creaks, and groans of an old house settling seemed amplified, more deliberate. A floorboard upstairs would creak when I was downstairs. A door might rattle softly in its frame, even when there was no breeze. I chalked it up to isolation, an overactive imagination fueled by the unfamiliar surroundings and the weight of the silence. Human brains hate a vacuum. They'll fill it with phantoms if they have to. It was on the fourth day, driven inside by a sudden, violent afternoon thunderstorm that turned the sky bruised purple and sent rain hammering against the roof, that I decided to explore the attic. I'd noticed the square hatch in the ceiling of the main room, half hidden behind a thick wooden beam. Curiosity, boredom, and the desire to make sure the roof wasn't leaking up there spurred me on. I dragged a rickety wooden chair over, climbed precariously onto it, and pushed the hatch upwards. A cascade of dust, desiccated insects, and insulation rained down. Pulling myself up into the cramped, triangular space was like stepping back another 50 years. The air was suffocatingly hot and thick with the smell of dry rot and something else, something faintly metallic and unpleasant. Rough, sawn beams crisscrossed overhead, draped in thick cobwebs that looked like ancient burial shrouds. The floor was littered with forgotten debris, old canning jars, rusted tools, a disintegrating cardboard box spilling yellowed newspapers from the Eisenhower era. Sunlight filtered weakly through a single grimy window at one end, illuminating dancing dust motes. My eyes scanned the clutter, mostly junk. Then, tucked away in a shadowy corner, half buried under a pile of moth-eaten blankets, I saw it. A sturdy, leatherette-covered case, the kind used for delicate equipment. Intrigued, I carefully navigated the treacherous floorboards and pulled it out. It was heavy. Wiping away a thick layer of grime, I unlatched the tarnished brass clasps. Inside, nestled in faded velvet lining, was an old reel-to-reel tape player, a hefty, serious-looking machine, probably dating back to the 60s or 70s. It looked surprisingly well preserved, protected by the case, and sitting snugly on the spindle was a single, 7-inch reel of magnetic tape. A small, typewritten label was stuck crookedly to the plastic reel. One word, confession. A chill, completely unrelated to the storm raging outside, snaked down my spine. Confession. Whose confession? About what? Great Uncle Silas, the recluse. What secrets had he carried? Or had someone else left it here? The possibilities spun in my head, each more unsettling than the last. Finding a way to power it became an obsession. The cabin ran on a generator system Silas had rigged up, supplemented by some old solar panels that barely seemed functional. After fiddling with corroded connections and topping up the gas, I managed to get the generator sputtering to life, filling the cabin with its guttural roar, momentarily drowning out the storm. I ran an extension cord up into the attic. My hands trembled slightly as I plugged in the tape player. Would it even work after all these years? A low hum emanated from the machine. A small power light flickered amber. It was alive. With hesitant fingers, I threaded the brittle, looking brown tape through the guides and onto the take-up reel. I took a deep breath, the dusty, metallic attic air filling my lungs. The storm hammered the roof above me, mimicking the sudden frantic beat of my own heart. I pressed the play button. The reels began to turn slowly, almost reluctantly. There was a hiss, the crackle of ancient static, the sound of empty air captured decades ago. Then a voice, trembling, not with age, but with palpable fear. It was thin, reedy, punctuated by ragged breaths and pauses that stretched into agonizing seconds of silence. Is this on? The voice was muffled, distorted by the primitive recording technology and the passage of time, but the terror was crystal clear. Oh God, I have to. I have to get this down. Before I lose my nerve. Or before. Another pause, choked off by what sounded like a sob. Nobody will find this. Not for years, maybe never. Hidden away. But I can't carry it anymore. The rain lashed against the attic window. The generator rumbled below. The tape hissed. And the voice, raw and strained, continued. It happened right here, in this cabin. Years ago now. Seems like yesterday, seems like a lifetime. She shouldn't have come here. I told her not to, but she wouldn't listen. Stubborn. Always so stubborn. My blood ran cold, right here. In this cabin, we argued. The voice rasped, growing slightly stronger, fueled by a desperate energy. It got loud, nasty. Things were said, things you can't take back. Then it just happened. An accident. That's what I told myself. An accident. A hollow, mirthless chuckle echoed from the speakers, a sound devoid of any humor. But it wasn't, was it? Not really. Not when you make it happen. I sat frozen on the dusty attic floor, the tape player humming faithfully, spilling its terrible secrets into the stale air. The voice described the argument, the rising anger, the moment it snapped. Vague details at first, shrouded in fear and self-justification. But then, the description started to become sharper, more specific. Pushed her. She fell back, hit her head. Right there, by the hearth. The big stone hearth downstairs. My eyes widened. I knew that hearth. I'd swept ashes from it just yesterday. Wasn't moving. Panic, pure cold panic. Had to hide her. Had to make it look like she just left. Vanished. People vanish up here all the time, don't they? The rim, it swallows people. The voice grew more agitated, the breathing harsher. Needed a place. Somewhere close. Somewhere nobody would ever look. Thought about the woods, but too risky. Animals, weather. Someone might stumble, no. It had to be inside. Part of the cabin itself. The storm raged. And then the voice whispered a location, a hiding spot, described with chilling, intimate detail, a loose floorboard, a hidden crawl space, a section of wall that always sounded hollow, a section of wall I had leaned against just hours before, a floorboard I had noted as needing repair. The hair on my arm stood straight up. This wasn't just a story. This wasn't some abstract confession. The trembling voice on this decades-old tape was describing specifics, landmarks inside these very walls, places I had touched, cleaned, inhabited for the past 4 days. The silence I had craved was suddenly filled with the screaming ghost of this confession. The cabin wasn't just old, it was a tomb, and the weight of its secret was pressing down on me, heavy and suffocating, mingling with the dust and the dark. A loud thump echoed from downstairs, distinct even over the generator's roar and the storm's fury. My heart leaped into my throat. Was it just the wind? Or was the cabin finally revealing more of its secrets? The tape kept turning, the terrified voice relentlessly spooling out its nightmare, right here, in the heart of the silence. The thump from downstairs cut through the storm's roar, the generator's growl, and the chilling narrative spooling from the tape player. It wasn't just a noise. It felt solid, definite. My heart slammed against my ribs like a trapped bird. I ripped my fingers from the play button, plunging the attic into a sudden, tense silence broken only by the rain drumming overhead and the ragged sound of my own breathing. The tape reel spun down, the horrifying voice silenced mid-sentence. Silence. Or was it? My ears strained, trying to pierce the ambient noise. Was that a floorboard creaking below? The scrape of something dragging? Or just the old cabin groaning under the assault of the wind and rain? Paranoia bloomed instantly, fed by the terrible words I'd just heard. Right here, by the hearth. Had to hide her. Part of the cabin itself. Panic warred with a morbid, compelling need to know. Leaving the tape player sitting silently on the dusty floor, its single reel of dark eyes staring up at the rafters, I swung my legs back through the attic hatch. My boots landed heavily on the chair below, which wobbled precariously. I steadied myself, listening again. Nothing but the storm. The generator outside chugged along, a mechanical heartbeat in the deluge. Descending the creaking stairs from the main room felt like wading through molasses. Every step echoed unnaturally loud in the tense atmosphere. My eyes darted left and right, probing the deep shadows cast by the single bare bulb swinging gently overhead, a nervous pendulum marking time. In this house of secrets, the main room, with its stone hearth, threadbare rug, and sheet-draped furniture, looked the same yet entirely alien. Tainted, The air felt thick, charged, as if the confession hadn't just played from a speaker, but had seeped into the very wood and stone. Where had the thump come from? The kitchen was small, cramped bedroom off the main area, or had it been something inside the walls? I grabbed the heavy iron fireplace poker cold, solid, and vaguely reassuring in my trembling grip. Holding it like a makeshift weapon, I moved slowly through the lower level. The kitchen was small, basic. A chipped enamel sink, the humming propane stove, bare wooden cupboards. A gust of wind rattled the window pane above the sink, making me jump. Nothing seemed out of place, no sign of disturbance. I checked the back door, still securely bolted. The bedroom was even smaller, dominated by a simple iron bed frame and a dusty chest of drawers. The window here looked out into the dense, rain-lashed pines. Again, nothing. No overturned furniture, no broken glass, no obvious source for the sound. Was it just the storm? A heavy branch falling onto the roof? The wind catching a loose shutter I hadn't noticed? Logically, yes. That had to be it. But logic felt flimsy, inadequate, standing there in the heart of a cabin where, according to a dead man's voice on tape, a body lay hidden within the structure itself. The possibility poisoned everything. Every random noise became intentional. Every shadow held a potential shape. I found myself back in the main room, standing before the great stone hearth. My eyes traced its rough, uneven surface. Fell back, hit her head.
Where the hearth?
Right there'd almost picture it. A flickering fire casting dancing shadows, an argument escalating, a shove, the sickening crack. I shook my head, trying to dispel the image. The confession wasn't finished. I needed to hear the rest. Ignoring the screaming voice in my head telling me to get out, to run into the storm, to leave this place and its secrets behind, I knew I couldn't. Not yet. It was like probing a sore tooth, painful, but necessary to understand the extent of the rot. The thought of going back up into that suffocating attic, however, was unbearable. Carefully, I retrieved the tape player and the reel, threading the extension cord down the stairs. I set the machine up on the dusty pine table in the center of the main room. The generator noise from outside was louder here, but so was the storm. It felt marginally safer than the claustrophobic confines above. With the poker lying on the table beside the tape player, I took another shaky breath and pressed play. The hiss returned, then the voice, picking up almost exactly where it left off, still laced with that same chilling undercurrent of ragged fear. Somewhere nobody would ever look. Took hours. The storm helped, covered the noise. Like this one. Maybe. The voice paused, and I could hear the faint sound of rain on the recording, mirroring the deluge outside my own windows. It was an eerie synchronicity, collapsing the decades between the recording and my listening. The floorboards near the west wall. Always uneven. Silas, he built this place fast. Not always perfect. There's a space underneath, not deep, but deep enough. Had to make room. The voice choked a wet, gasping sound. Used tools from the shed. Pry bar saw. Took longer than I thought. The smell. He trailed off, the implication hanging heavy in the static, filled silence. My gaze automatically shot to the west wall, the wall I'd leaned against earlier. The wall lined with a built-in, rough-hewn bookshelf filled with Silas's moldering paperbacks and field guides. I remembered noticing how some of the floorboards near the base of that wall didn't sit quite flush. I'd made a mental note to try and tack them down later, thinking it was just age, the house settling. Now that simple imperfection felt monstrous. Had to be quiet. The voice continued, dropping to a near whisper, as if afraid of being overheard even then, decades ago. Every creak, every scrape thought someone would hear. But who? Nobody for miles. Just the trees. Just the damned, watching trees. He described lining the space, trying to make it neat. The words sounded grotesque in context. He talked about replacing the floorboards, trying to make them look undisturbed. But one board never sat right again. It became a constant reminder, a flaw in his ghastly handiwork. Covered it with that old rug. The voice rasped, the braided one, hid the seam. But I knew. Every time I walked over it, I knew. I looked down at the threadbare, faded braided rug, partially covering the floor near the west wall bookshelf. The same rug. It had to be. It was old, worn, fitting the description perfectly. Bile rose in my throat. I was standing, breathing, living in a room arranged to conceal a murder victim. The disconnect I'd craved felt like a cruel joke. I wasn't disconnected, I was intimately, horribly connected to this place's hidden trauma. Thought I could live with it. The voice sighed, a sound utterly depleted of hope. Thought time would bury it deeper. But it doesn't work like that. It festers. It whispers. Sometimes I think she's still here. In the walls, in the floor. Hear her moving.
No, that's crazy.
Just the house settling, just the wind. Got to be. But his denial sounded thin, desperate. He didn't believe it himself. And standing there, listening to his terror echo across the years, amplified by the storm and the cabin's groans, neither did I. The feeling of being watched intensified, morphed into something more specific, the sense of a presence. Not just the memory of a crime, but an echo of the victim, trapped here as surely as her physical remains. The tape continued, the confessor spiraling into paranoia and regret. He never named himself. He never named her. He spoke of leaving the cabin shortly after, unable to bear staying, but compelled to leave the confession behind, hidden in the attic, a time bomb of guilt waiting to be discovered. He talked about nightmares, about seeing her face in crowds, about the silence of the rim pressing in on him even miles away. Suddenly, the generator outside sputtered. The lights flickered violently, plunging the room into momentary, heart-stopping darkness before catching again, casting wild, elongated shadows. The tape player faltered, the sound warping, then stabilizing as the power surged back. It was just the generator struggling under the load, low on fuel perhaps, but in that split second of darkness, the cabin felt ancient, predatory. The tape was nearing the end of the reel. The voice was weaker now, almost spent. Left the tape. Don't know why. Maybe someone needs to know. Maybe she needs someone to know. Find it. Or don't. Doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters. The sound devolved into ragged breathing, then a click followed by the steady, empty hiss of the end of the tape. Silence descended again, heavier than before. The confession was over, but the horror was just beginning. It wasn't abstract anymore. It had a location. Right there, under the braided rug, beneath the loose floorboards by the west wall. My gaze was fixed on that section of the floor. The rug seemed to pulse slightly in the unsteady light. The air around it felt colder. I could hear the rain, the wind, the generator, my own blood pounding in my ears. But beneath it all, I imagined another sound, a faint whisper, a sigh, the rustle of something trapped in the dark, waiting. Slowly, deliberately, I bent down and gripped the edge of the old braided rug. It was heavy, stiff with age and grime. My hands were shaking uncontrollably now, but I pulled. The rug slid back across the wooden floor with a scraping sound that echoed the confessor's description. And there they were, the floorboards near the base of the bookshelf, just as the tape described. Most lay flat, dark with age. But one section, maybe 3 feet long, was slightly raised, the gaps between the planks widened even. One board, in particular, looked like it had been pried up and reset imperfectly. The seam the rug had hidden for decades. I stared at it, mesmerized by the physical proof, the hiding place, real, tangible. The storm raged outside, but inside the cabin, a different kind of storm was gathering within me, a whirlwind of terror, revulsion, and a terrifying, magnetic pull towards the final, unthinkable discovery. My hand hovered over the edge of the loose board. All I had to do was lift it. My hand hovered over the edge of that loose floorboard, trembling like a leaf in the gale still raging outside. Every instinct screamed at me to stop, to push the rug back, to pretend I hadn't heard the tape, hadn't found the scar on the cabin's floor. Go back to ignorance, pack my truck and drive. until the Mogollon Rim was just a hazy blue line in my rearview mirror. Forget the voice, the confession, the cold spot by the west wall. But I couldn't. The knowledge was already inside me, a poison working its way through my veins. Ignoring it wouldn't make it disappear. It would only let it fester, just like it had for the man on the tape. The need to see, to confirm the horrible truth with my own eyes, was a physical compulsion now, overriding fear, overriding reason. This cabin held a secret, a terrible injustice locked away in the dark, and I had stumbled upon the key. Whether I wanted to or not, I had to open the lock. My fingers brushed against the rough, splintery wood. It felt cold, unnaturally so. I tried to lift it, but it was snug, wedged tight by time and the weight of its grim purpose. I needed leverage. My eyes scanned the room, landing on the fireplace poker, still lying on the table where I'd left it. I snatched it up, the iron heavy and cold in my sweaty palm. Returning to the boards, I knelt, the floorboards gritty beneath my knees. I hesitated for only a second, then jammed the pointed tip of the poker into the widest crack alongside the loose board. Taking a deep breath, tasting dust and dread, I leaned back, putting my weight into it. Wood groaned in protest. A high-pitched screeching nails echoed in the room, unnervingly loud over the storm. Splinters flew. I pushed harder, gritting my teeth. The board began to lift, slowly, reluctantly, tearing from the joist beneath. A gap opened, revealing not solid subfloor, but darkness, a deeper, more absolute blackness than mere shadow. And then came the smell. It hit me like a physical blow, a thick, cloying miasma of decay, damp earth, and something else, something sickly sweet and utterly vile. It was the smell of long-forgotten rot, disturbed after decades of confinement. It clawed at the back of my throat, making me gag, my eyes watering stinging tears. This wasn't just an empty space. Something, or the remnants of something, had decomposed in there. With a final, wrenching heave, the longer than I expected, revealing an oblong cavity roughly 6 feet long and maybe 2 feet wide dug crudely into the earth beneath the cabin floor. It wasn't deep, just as the voice had said. Deep enough. My flashlight beam cut through the rising dust motes, shaking violently in my hand. The bottom of the shallow pit was damp soil, but it wasn't empty. Against the packed earth, partially obscured by clumps of dirt and desiccated debris, was a shape, an outline, the unmistakable, brittle curve of bone pale white against the dark soil. Ribs, maybe, further down, tangled in what looked like remnants of rotted fabric, dull gray, almost blending with the dirt, was a clump of dark, matted material. Hair. I didn't see a skull, didn't see a full skeleton laid out like in some museum display. It was worse, somehow, fragmented, disturbed, a suggestion of the horror made more potent by its incompleteness. The smell intensified, thick and suffocating, the undeniable stench of death unearthed. The confession was true, every horrifying word of it. A woman had died here, violently, and she had been buried right here, beneath my feet, concealed by floorboards and a braided rug, while life went on above, while Silas lived here, while the cabin sat empty, while I had been sleeping, eating, reading just yards away. A wave of nausea washed over me. I scrambled backwards, dropping the poker with a clang that reverberated through the cabin. I walked away from the open floor, gagging, bile burning my throat. My back hit the hearth, the other landmark from the confession, and I recoiled as if the stones themselves were burning hot. The room spun. The single bulb overhead seemed to pulse in time with the frantic throbbing in my temples. The storm outside, the generators drone, they faded into roaring in my ears. All I could smell was the grave. All I could see was that fragmented glimpse of bone and hair in the flashlight's unsteady beam. I was in a tomb. Not just Silas's cabin, but her tomb, and I had just disturbed it. Suddenly, the generator outside gave a final, pathetic cough and died. The lights went out. The tape player fell silent, plunging the cabin into absolute, terrifying darkness. Panic surged, cold and overwhelming. My flashlight beam, the only source of light, jittered wildly, casting frantic, dancing shadows that leaped and writhed like living things. The silence that rushed in was profound, broken only by the rain and my own ragged, panicked breaths, and something else, a whisper, indistinct, like the rustle of dry leaves or the sigh of wind through a crack. But the wind wasn't sighing like that inside the cabin. It seemed to come from the direction of the west wall, from the direction of the open grave. Cold? Was it the wind? My imagination, overloaded and snapping. Or was it what the man on the tape had feared, the lingering presence stirred by my intrusion? My flashlight beam snapped towards the west wall, towards the dark cavity in the floor. The light caught something, a glint of metal near the edge of the disturbed earth. Trembling, I forced myself closer, leaning over the pit, holding my breath against the stench. It was a small, tarnished silver locket, half buried in the dirt, probably dislodged, and I pried up the board. Something she might have worn. Another tangible piece of the tragedy. Thump. This time it wasn't downstairs. It was upstairs, directly overhead, in the attic. My blood turned to ice water. I froze, flashlight beam aimed at the ceiling hatch, heart hammering against my ribs so hard it hurt. Silence, then a soft, unmistakable scrape, like something being dragged across the attic floorboards. He left the tape player up there, but I brought it down. The attic should be empty. I had to get out, now. Forget the locket, forget the grave, forget everything. Just get out. Scrabbling for my keys on the table where I tossed them days ago, my hand knocked the reel of tape onto the floor. It rolled unevenly, unwinding slightly, a thin brown serpent disappearing into the shadows. I ignored it, keys in hand. I lunged for the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt in the darkness. The bolt slid back with a click that sounded like a gunshot in the silence. I yanked the door open. Rain and wind blasted into the cabin, carrying the scent of wet pine and ozone, momentarily cleansing the air of the grave's stench. Freedom was right there. The dark, rain-lashed forest, my truck parked just yards away. Creak! The sound came from behind me, from the top of the stairs leading down from the main room entrance. Slowly, terrified of what I might see, I turned my head, aiming the flashlight beam towards the stairs. Nothing. Just the empty, dark space at the top of the short staircase. But then, I heard it again. A faint, almost inaudible sound. Breathing. Shallow. Ragged, like the breathing on the tape. Was someone when followed me? Had the confessor somehow impossibly returned? Or was the cabin itself, saturated with decades of fear and violence, finally manifesting its ghosts? My flashlight beam trembled, dancing across the doorway, the stairs, the oppressive darkness beyond. I took a step back, out onto the porch, into the driving rain. The cold drops felt good, real, washing the clammy sweat from my face. Another scrape from the attic, louder this time, followed by a soft thud against the inside of the attic hatch. I didn't wait to find out what it was. I turned and ran, stumbling off the porch, splashing through mud puddles, fumbling with my truck keys, the flashlight beam bouncing crazily off the trees. The forest seemed to press in, the darkness absolute beyond my small circle of light. I reached the truck, wrenched the door open, and threw myself inside, slamming the door shut, fumbling to lock it. My breath came in huge, shuddering gasps. My hands shook so badly it took 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. The engine turned over, coughed, and roared to life, the headlights cutting twin paths through the rain and the night. I slammed the truck into reverse, spinning the tires in the mud, and fishtailed back onto the barely, their track leading away from the cabin. I didn't dare look back, didn't dare slow down, keeping my eyes fixed on the treacherous road ahead, illuminated by my headlights. I drove for hours. It felt like adrenaline coursing through me. The horrifying images from the cabin burned into my mind, the tape player, the trembling voice, the open grave, the glint of bone, the locket, the sounds in the dark. Did I imagine those last sounds? The breathing, the scraping. Was it just fear, isolation, and the power of suggestion from that cursed tape. Or had I truly stirred something in that cabin, something that should have remained buried? I don't know. I never went back. I called the county sheriff from the first town I reached with cell service, told them anonymously about the tape and what I found. Maybe they investigated. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they dismissed it as a crank call. Part of me hopes they found her, gave her peace. Another part of me is terrified of what else they might have found in that cabin on the rim. The confession tape is still there, probably unspooled on the dusty floor. The grave is still open. The locket still lies by its edge. The cabin is still sitting there, swallowed by the pines, guarding its terrible secrets. I tried to disconnect, to find peace in the silence. Instead, I found a voice from the past in a silence filled with screams. The noise in my head isn't gone. It's just different now. It's the hiss of old tape, the scrape of a poker on wood, the imagined sigh of breath in a dark, empty room. The Mogollon Rim is vast, wild, and beautiful. But some places are better left undisturbed. Some secrets should remain buried. Because sometimes when you dig into the past, you don't just find bones. Sometimes the past digs its way into you, and it never lets go. My name is Isabella Rossi. You might know me from my podcast, Crimson Threads, where I unravel the tangled knots of cold cases and unsolved mysteries. It's not just a job, it's an obsession, a relentless itch beneath my skin that only scratching at the surface of the unknown can soothe. I chase echoes, fragments of stories left behind, hoping to piece together a truth someone tried very hard to bury. Which is precisely why I found myself driving deeper and deeper into the Coconino National Forest in Arizona, the GPS on my dashboard, having surrendered to the wilderness miles ago, leaving me with a printed map and a growing sense of profound isolation. The cabin wasn't listed on any trendy rental sites. It took weeks of digging through obscure forums, local historical society records, and finally, a hushed conversation with a retired sheriff whose memory was as sharp as the desert wind to even find proof of its existence. This wasn't just any cabin. This was the cabin. The one whispered about in hushed tones in connection with the Highway 66 hitchhiker killer. Specifically, it was rumored to be the last place Sarah Jenkins, his final known victim, was seen alive before her disappearance became another chilling chapter in his bloody saga. The killer, active in the late 70s and early 80s, had terrorized the iconic stretch of Route 66 that snaked through Arizona. His victims were mostly young hitchhikers, drifters, people easy to pick up and easier to make disappear. He was never caught. The trail went cold after Sarah vanished, almost as if he'd evaporated into the vast, unforgiving landscape. Theories abound. He died, he moved on, he was arrested for something unrelated, but nobody knew. And Sarah was just gone. No body, no final message, just an empty space where a vibrant young woman used to be. My podcast thrives on atmosphere, on immersing my listeners in the very locations where darkness unfolded. I needed to feel the place, breathe the same air Sarah might have breathed in her final hours. So, I tracked down the current owner, a descendant of the family who owned it back then, living out of state, and seemingly eager to offload the property's grim legacy for a modest rental fee. He'd been vague, almost dismissive, when I mentioned the history. Just old stories, Miss Rossi, he'd said over a crackling phone line. Place needs work. Watch out for critters. His nonchalance felt practiced. The final stretch of road was less a road and more a suggestion. A pair of ruts carved through the dense ponderosa pines and alligator junipers. My SUV handled it, but barely. Sunlight struggled to pierce the thick canopy overhead, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow that played tricks on the eyes. The silence was immense, broken only by the crunch of tires on pine needles and the occasional cry of a distant hawk. No cell service, naturally. Just me, the woods, and the ghosts I was chasing. Finally, the trees parted slightly, revealing the cabin. It wasn't grand, just a simple, weathered log structure hunkered down against the elements, its wood darkened by decades of sun and snow. A stone chimney leaned slightly, and the porch sagged under the weight of time. It looked less like a cozy retreat, and more like something that had grown organically out of the forest floor, secretive and watchful. Parking the SUV, I cut the engine, and the silence rushed back in, heavier this time, pressing against my eardrums. The air was crisp, scented with pine sap and damp earth. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my recording gear and my overnight bag. The key, a heavy, old-fashioned iron thing, was exactly where the owner said it would be, tucked under a loose flagstone by the steps. It turned stiffly in the lock, the mechanism groaning in protest before clicking open. Stepping inside was like stepping back in time. Dust motes danced in the few beams of light slanting through the grimy windows. The main room was sparsely furnished, a threadbare sofa facing a cold, soot-stained fireplace, a rough, hewn wooden table with 2 chairs, and a small kitchenette tucked into one corner. The air was thick with the smell of old wood dust, and something else, a faint, almost metallic tang, like old blood or rust, that I tried to dismiss as imagination. My footsteps echoed unnervingly on the bare wooden floorboards. I set up my basic recording equipment on the table, microphone, interface, laptop. Speaking into the mic, testing levels, my voice sounded unnaturally loud, intrusive in the profound quiet. "Okay, listeners," I murmured, slipping into podcast mode almost automatically. "I've arrived. The cabin. It's exactly as you might picture. Isolated, aged, and undeniably heavy with history. You can almost feel the years pressing down." Even as I said it, a shiver traced its way down my spine that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature. Exploring further, I found a small bedroom with a simple iron bedstead and a lumpy mattress, and a tiny, functional bathroom. Everything was clean, in a superficial sort of way, but the underlying sense of age and neglect was palpable. It felt unused, but not entirely empty, as if the echoes of past occupants clung to the very wall. It was back in the main room, while running a dust cloth over the rough mantelpiece above the fireplace, that I saw it. Tucked away at the end, almost hidden behind a stack of brittle firewood, was a book. Not a modern paperback, but an old leather-bound guest book, its cover warped and stained. My heart gave a little jump. This was exactly the kind of atmospheric detail I'd hoped to find. Carefully, I lifted it out. The leather was cracked, the pages yellowed and brittle at the edges. I carried it over to the table, the afternoon light fading outside, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. Sitting down, I opened it gently. The first few entries were decades old, dating back to the 50s and 60s. Families on vacation, hunters seeking game, mundane comments about the weather, the fishing, the beauty of the forest. Standard guestbook fare. August 1962, had a wonderful week. Caught plenty of trout. Kids loved exploring. Be back next year. October 1968, bagged a decent buck just past the ridge. Cabin's rustic but cozy. Stove works fine. Then, the entries started to thin out, becoming less frequent in the 70s, and the tone began to shift subtly. July 1975, peaceful, but unsearing noises outside. Probably just animals, but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The handwriting here was neat, precise. September 1977, couldn't sleep last night. Swear I heard footsteps on the porch. Checked in the morning, nothing there. Maybe the wind. This one was scrawled, hurried. May 1979. Came up here to get away from it all. Feel more exposed than ever. The woods feel different after dark. Like they're holding their breath, leaving early. My own breath hitched. These entries were closer to the time of the Highway 66 killer's activity. Closer to Sarah Jenkins' disappearance. Was it just the isolation playing tricks on people? Or was there something genuinely wrong with this place? I flipped another page, my fingers trembling slightly. June 1981, something scratched at the bedroom window last night long. Slow scrapes, sounded like fingernails on glass. My wife is terrified. We're packing up now. That was the year Sarah Jenkins vanished. My blood ran cold. I scanned the page, looking for a name, a signature, anything. Just the date and the frightened words remained. I turned the page again and again. Blank pages, yellowed, empty, waiting. Had no one stayed here since? Or had they just not dared to write anything down? I kept turning, a morbid curiosity compelling me forward, until I reached the very last page in the book. It wasn't blank. There was no text, no date, no signature. Instead, drawn crudely in what looked like thick pencil or charcoal, was a map. It depicted the cabin, a simple square, and the woods stretching out directly behind it. A shaky, winding line snaked away from the back of the cabin symbol, deeper into the scribbled trees. It led, after several jagged turns, to a large, clumsily drawn X. Just that, a simple, crude map marked with an F, buried in the back of a guest book filled with increasingly unnerving accounts, in a cabin tied to the last known victim of a notorious serial killer. I stared at it, the silence of the cabin pressing in again, amplifying the frantic beat of my own heart. The drawing was primitive, almost childlike, yet it radiated a sense of profound unease. Who drew this? When? And most importantly, what did X mark? Outside, the sun had dipped below the tree line. The woods beyond the cabin windows were dissolving into deep, impenetrable shadow. The map felt heavy in my hands, a silent invitation, or perhaps a warning. The story I had come here seeking suddenly felt terrifyingly real, its tendrils reaching out from the past, right here into this dusty, isolated room. There pulsed in my vision, a dark promise waiting in the whispering pines. My quest for inspiration had just taken a sharp, dangerous turn. The X seemed to pulse on the yellowed page, a crude, dark symbol burning itself onto my retinas in the deepening gloom of the cabin. Outside, the Arizona woods were sinking rapidly into night, the shadows stretching like grasping fingers across the dusty floorboards. My logical brain, the part that usually kept my more reckless impulses in check during investigations, was screaming warnings. A crudely drawn map, in a book filled with creepy anecdotes, in a cabin linked to a serial killer. Turn around, Isabella. Go back to Flagstaff, get a motel, analyze this from a distance. But the other part of me, the part that fueled Crimson Threads, the part that needed to know, was already hooked. This was it. The potential break, the tangible clue, the thread that might lead somewhere significant after decades of silence. Sarah Jenkins vanished near here. The killer operated in these woods. What if this X marked something he'd left behind? A dumping ground, a trophy cache, or worse. The possibilities were horrifying, yet undeniably magnetic. Inspiration. This was more than inspiration. This was the raw, beating heart of the story itself. I glanced at my recording gear, then back at the map. The professional choice would be to document, analyze, maybe call the authorities, though what would I tell them? I found a weird drawing. But the podcaster, the storyteller, the obsessive in me, knew that some truths can only be found by walking the path yourself. And the fading light added an urgency. If I was going to do this, it had to be now. Waiting until morning felt like cowardice, like letting the trail go cold all over again. Okay. I whispered to the empty room, the sound startlingly loud. Okay, let's see what's out there, decisionable. A nervous energy propelled me into action. I grabbed my sturdy hiking boots from my bag and laced them tight. My phone, despite its uselessness for calls, went into my pocket. The flashlight function was powerful, and the camera might be crucial. I rummaged through my gear bag and retrieved my main flashlight, a heavy-duty beam, checking the batteries compulsively. Water bottle clipped to my belt. A protein bar stuffed into another pocket, and then my hand hesitated over the multi-tool that contained a small, serrated blade, usually for practical purposes on camping trips, but tonight it felt like woefully inadequate armor. I clipped it inside my jacket anyway. Finally, I carefully tore the last page, the map page, from the guest book. Guilt pricked at me, destroying a potential piece of history, but leaving the whole book felt cumbersome, and photographing it with my phone seemed insufficient. I needed the original artifact, the direct link. Folding the brittle paper carefully, I tucked it into my chest pocket. A last look around the cabin. It seemed darker now, the corners filled with imagined shapes. I locked the door behind me, the click echoing in the twilight stillness. The air outside was significantly colder than before, biting at my exposed cheeks. The scent of pine was heavier, mixed with the loamy smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. The woods behind the cabin were even denser than those lining the track I'd driven in on. The trees, mostly ponderosa pines, their bark like puzzle pieces, stood close together, their high branches interlacing to form a nearly solid roof, blocking out what little remained of the sky. Stepping off the negligible clearing around the cabin and into the tree line felt like passing through a veil. The muted sounds of the forest seemed to cease for a moment, as if acknowledging my intrusion, before resuming the sighing wind, the distant rustle of unseen creatures, the creak of wood. I pulled out the map and my main flashlight, its powerful beam cutting a sharp white tunnel through the encroaching darkness. The map was almost laughably simple. A square for the cabin, a jagged line, the X. No landmarks, no scale, no compass rose. It was pure instinct and interpretation. I located what seemed to be the start of the path indicated, a barely discernible game trail leading away from the back of the structure. "All right, Sarah," I murmured, my voice hushed, breath pluming in the cold air. "All right, Mr. Highway 66, where did you go?" Walking was difficult. The ground was uneven, littered with pine cones and rocks, hidden beneath a thick carpet of needles. Exposed roots snaked across the path like traps. The flashlight beam, while strong, created stark contrasts, plunging everything outside its circle into absolute blackness, making me feel simultaneously exposed and blind. I held the map in one hand, the flashlight in the other, trying to match the crude turns on the paper with the faint trail on the ground. Deeper I went, the cabin quickly lost to sight behind me. The sense of isolation intensified tenfold. It was just me, the beam of my light, and the immense, ancient forest. Every snap of a twig under my boots sounded like a gunshot. Every sigh of the wind through the high branches seemed to whisper my name, or perhaps Sarah's. I kept stopping, straining my ears, convinced I heard footsteps mirroring my own, always just behind me, always fading when I focused. Peripheral vision became a torment, filled with fleeting movements and shapes that resolved into tree trunks or low, hanging branches when I turned my head. I checked the map constantly, paranoid about losing my way. The line seemed to follow the path of least resistance, winding around thicker groves and steeper inclines. After maybe 20 minutes, which felt like an hour, I came to a small, dried-up creek bed littered with smooth stones cutting across the trail. I checked the map again. There was a small squiggle that could, perhaps, represent this. Hope mingled with dread. I was likely still on the right track. Crossing the creek bed, the woods on the other side felt different. Older, maybe. The trees seemed larger, their bark rougher, the undergrowth thicker. The air grew colder still, and the silence deepened, broken now only by my own ragged breathing and the thumping of my heart against my ribs. I shone the flashlight beam upwards, towards the impenetrable canopy far above. It felt like being at the bottom of a dark, green ocean. It was then that I saw the first one, carved into the bark of a massive pine, about chest high, was a symbol. Not the X from the map, but something else. A simple circle, with a vertical line drawn through its center. It was weathered, clearly old, but undeniably deliberate. It looked strangely familiar, though I couldn't place it. A shiver ran down my spine. Was it a trail marker, hobo sign, or something else? I took a quick picture with my phone, the flash momentarily illuminating the strange carving before plunging me back into the focused beam of my flashlight. I pushed onward, the symbol nagging at the back of my mind. The path grew fainter, harder to follow. Several times, I had to backtrack slightly, casting the flashlight beam in wide arcs, searching for the next faint indentation in the forest floor that suggested the trail continued. The crude map offered little help now. The line was just a suggestion, the woods a disorienting reality. Panic began to set in, cold and sharp. This was stupid, Isabella. Reckless. You're alone, deep in the woods, chasing a ghost story map. I forced myself to take slow, deep breaths. I paused, took a swig of water, and shone the light around me in a full circle. Nothing but trees, shadows, and the oppressive weight of the unknown. Then I heard it. A distinct snap of a twig, too loud, too close to be my own doing. It came from somewhere off to my left, deeper in the blackness beyond my light's reach. Hello, I called out, my voice trembling embarrassingly. Is anyone there? Silence. A heavy, profound silence that seemed to absorb my voice instantly. No animal scurrying away, no bird taking flight, no human reply. Just nothing. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming a palpable pressure on the back of my neck. I gripped the flashlight tighter, my knuckles white. The multi-tool clipped inside my jacket suddenly felt ludicrously small. I started walking faster, stumbling occasionally, driven now not just by curiosity, but by a growing, primal fear. Another 10 minutes of frantic progress, following the map's general direction more by guesswork than clear guidance. And then I saw it. Another tree. Another carving. The same circle with a line through it. Closer to the ground this time, and it looked fresher. The edges weren't as weathered. My heart hammered. Someone else had been here. More recently. Just beyond that marked tree, the ground began to slope downwards more steeply. The trees thinned slightly, revealing a small, bowl-like depression ahead. It felt like I was approaching something significant. I consulted the map one last time in the swaying beam of my flashlight. The shaky line ended right about here, culminating in that stark, final X. My light swept across the depression. It was maybe 30 feet across, clearer of thick undergrowth than the surrounding woods, almost unnaturally so. Pine needles formed a soft, dark carpet on the ground. In the very center of this small clearing stood a single, ancient juniper tree, its branches twisted and gnarled like arthritic fingers, its bark shredded and peeling. My beam fixed on the base of the juniper, and I saw it. The ground around the base of the tree was disturbed. Not by animals, the digging localized, too focused. It looked like someone had been digging there, relatively recently, and then hastily tried to cover it up, scattering pine needles and loose soil over the spot. But the depression in the earth was still visible, and protruding slightly from beneath the disturbed soil and needles, catching the white glare of my flashlight, was something pale and smooth, something that didn't belong, something that looked horribly, unmistakably, like bone. The single word hammered against the inside of my skull, drowning out the frantic thumping of my own heart. My flashlight beam trembled, fixed on that sliver of pale, smooth white protruding from the hastily disturbed earth at the base of the ancient juniper. Bile rose in my throat, hot and acrid. For a moment, I was frozen, caught between the primal urge to flee and the investigator's morbid compulsion to know. Slowly, almost against my will, I knelt closer. The smell of damp earth, richer here, filled my nostrils, mingled with something else, something vaguely sweet and deeply unpleasant, the scent of decay. Reaching out a trembling hand, gloved against the cold but not against the horror, I brushed away more of the loose soil and pine needles. It wasn't just a fragment. Connected to the first piece was more bone, curved and undeniably humanoid, part of a rib cage, a shoulder blade. I didn't dig further. This was a grave, a shallow, unmarked, horribly recent grave, marked only by a crude X on a map drawn by God knows who in the back of a guest book filled with fear. Sarah Jenkins. Was this her final resting place, lost for decades, only to be disturbed again? Or was it someone else? Another victim the Highway 66 killer had taken. One nobody even knew was missing. The thought that someone had been here, digging, recently evidenced by the freshly disturbed soil, and that fresher carving I'd seen, sent a new wave of icy terror through me. The X wasn't just a relic of the past. It was an active site. And with that realization came another, colder certainty I wasn't alone in these woods. The feeling of being watched, which had been a persistent prickle since I arrived, now became an oppressive weight. A tangible presence pressing in from the darkness, surrounding my small circle of light. I snapped my head up, sweeping the flashlight beam across the edge of the clearing. Trees, shadows, branches like skeletal arms, and was movement. A flicker, just at the edge of my vision, where the light met the solid wall of blackness. Too tall for a deer, too still for the wind. I held my breath, straining my ears. Over the pounding in my chest, I heard it. Faint, but unmistakable. The soft crunch of pine needles underfoot, not my own. And then breathing slow, deliberate, chillingly close. Panic, absolute and electrifying, detonated within me. The investigator vanished, replaced by pure prey instinct. I scrambled backward, away from the grave, away from the unseen watcher, crab walking clumsily before surging to my feet. My flashlight beam waved wildly, momentarily blinding me afoot of close trees. I turned and bolted, crashing back the way I came, abandoning any pretense of following a path. My only direction was away from the clearing, away from the grave, away from whoever or whatever was standing there in the dark. Branches whipped at my face and snagged at my clothes. Roots grabbed at my ankles, sending me stumbling. Once, I fell hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me, the flashlight flying from my grasp and rolling several feet away, its beam pointing crazily up into the canopy. Darkness, absolute and terrifying, enveloped me for a heart-stopping second. Scrabbling frantically on the forest floor, my fingers closed around the cool metal casing of the light. I snatched it up, its beam blessedly still working, though it seemed to flicker ominously. As I pushed myself up, I risked a glance behind me. Nothing, just impenetrable blackness. But the sense of pursuit was overwhelming, a physical pressure on my back. I could feel it gaining. I ran harder, fueled by adrenaline and terror. The woods were a disorienting maze in the dancing beam of the flashlight. Was I even going the right way? The crude map was still tucked in my pocket, useless now. The carved symbols I'd seen earlier flashed in my memory, the circle with the line through. Were they warnings? Trail markers for him? Or just random graffiti swallowed by the indifferent woods? Then, the flashlight flickered again. The beam dimmed, sputtered, threatening to die completely. No, no, no. I whimpered, shaking it uselessly. My phone was in my pocket, but fumbling for it now felt like suicide. The main light flickered back to life, albeit weaker now, more yellow than white. Just ahead, through the trees, I thought I saw it, a faint, rectangular shape, less dense than the surrounding darkness. The cabin. Hope surged, giving my burning legs a final burst of speed. I burst through the tree line, back into the small clearing where my SUV sat like a metal island of potential safety. The cabin stood silent, dark windows like empty eyes staring back at me. Relief warred with a new dread. Was it safe? Was he already there? Had he circled around? But my keys, my laptop, my primary recording, everything was inside, and the SUV was my only way out. No time to think. I sprinted across the clearing, fumbled with the lock, shoved the door open, and plunged inside, slamming and locking it behind me. The familiar dusty air of the cabin felt both cloying and momentarily safe. My gear was still on the table. Keys, where were my keys? I scanned the room, flashlight beam jumping erratically. There, on the table, next to the laptop. As my light swept past the fireplace, it snagged on something. The guest book. It was lying open on the floor near the hearth. Open to the last page. Open to the crudely drawn map. The map I had torn out and taken with me. My blood turned to ice water. It wasn't possible. I had the map page in my pocket. I reached in, my fingers closing around the fold-dipper. I pulled it out. There it was. But the guest book was still open. To the same page. With the same map. I didn't try to rationalize. The only thought was GOUT. I grabbed my keys, snatched my laptop bag, instinct overriding logic, the story, and wrenched the cabin door open again. The clearing was empty. The woods stood silent, a wall of impenetrable darkness. But the silence felt predatory, waiting. I scrambled into the SUV, locking the doors with a trembling finger. Keys jammed into the ignition. Turn. Please start, please start. The engine groaned, hesitated, then thankfully roared to life. Headlights blazed, cutting through the night, illuminating the rutted track leading away from the cabin. I slammed the gear shift into reverse, spun the wheel, tires spitting gravel, then shifted into drive and floored it. The SUV bounced violently over the uneven ground, branches scraping against the windows. I didn't slow down. My eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror, expecting to see a figure emerge from the woods, standing silhouetted against the cabin's dark frame. Nothing, just the receding darkness. I didn't dare breathe easily until the tires hit paved road miles later, the reassuring glow of distant streetlights appearing like a miracle. I pulled over, shaking uncontrollably, gulping air. Cell service bars appeared on my phone screen. Who do I call? The police. I found a map, followed it, found a bone, maybe saw someone, and a magic guest book duplicated a page. They'd think I was crazy or worse, involved. I needed proof. I needed through the night, back towards Phoenix, the heater blasting, though I couldn't seem to get warm. The laptop bag sat heavy on the passenger seat. Inside it, my recorder held the audio of my arrival, my initial exploration, maybe even my terrified flight through the woods if I'd accidentally hit record in my panic. And my phone held the pictures of the carved symbols. Later, much later, safe in a brightly lit motel room, hundreds of miles away, I looked at those pictures, the circle with the vertical line. It still tickled my memory. I spent hours searching online obscure symbols, hobo signs, cult markings, tribal symbols from the region. Nothing matched exactly. It remained an enigma, another thread in a tapestry of fear. I never released the episode about the cabin. How could I? The story wasn't complete. It felt dangerously unfinished. I reported the potential grave anonymously to the Arizona State Police, citing the cabin's location and the rumors surrounding Sarah Jenkins. I never heard if they found anything, if they identified the bones, if they encountered the same symbols or the same watching presence. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind sighs outside my window, I think I hear the snap of a twig, the crunch of pine needles. I check my locks. I look over my shoulder. The map page I tore from the guest book. It sits locked away in a safe deposit box, a brittle reminder of the night, the woods, whispered secrets I was never meant to hear. The X still feels like it's burning a hole through the paper, through the metal, a dark beacon calling me back. I chased a ghost story into the woods. I found something real, something terrifyingly tangible. But I also feel like I woke something up. Or maybe it woke up to me. The Crimson Threads podcast continues, but a new thread spools out in the darkness of my mind, one tied to a lonely cabin, a shallow grave, and the chilling certainty that some killers never stop, and some woods hold secrets that refuse to stay buried. The echo of that slow, deliberate breathing in the dark, it never truly fades. Jacob, that's the name. Jacob Riley, just turned 32 last month, trying to put a few thousand miles between me and a life that felt like it was crumbling faster than old drywall. Phoenix was the goal, a vague notion of sunshine, maybe a different kind of heat than the suffocating humidity I'd left behind back east. A fresh start, they call it. Right now. Though start felt like a cruel joke. Stranded was the operative word. Utterly, terrifyingly stranded. The Arizona sun, even in the late afternoon, was a physical weight. It pressed down on the cracked asphalt of this nameless stretch of highway, cutting through the fringes of the Sonoran Desert. Not the picture, postcard desert, mind you. No towering saguaros doing their stoic salutes here. This was scrubland, brittle bushes the color of rust, patches of pale, angry sand, and low, gnarled trees that looked like they'd given up centuries ago. Miles from anywhere wasn't an exaggeration. The last sign I'd seen, a faded green rectangle promising a town that probably consisted of a gas station and a graveyard, was a good 50 miles back. Maybe more. My sense of distance had warped along with the heat haze shimmering off the road. My truck, a usually reliable if aging Ford F-150 I'd nicknamed the Mule, had chosen this precise desolate spot to die. It hadn't been a gentle passing. There was a cough, a violent shudder that rattled my teeth, and then a sound like a bag of wrenches being dropped into a running turbine. Silence followed, heavy and immediate, broken only by the tick, tick of cooling metal and the faint, almost mocking sigh of the wind through the parched landscape. Steam, thick and acrid, billowed from under the hood like a final, greasy ghost. Popped the hood, sure I did that. Stared at the greasy, complicated heart of the engine like I knew what I was looking at. I can change a tire, check the oil, top up the washer fluid. Anything beyond that might as well be arcane sorcery. Whatever had gone wrong was catastrophic, terminal. No amount of hopeful jiggling or profane cursing was bringing the Mule back to life. And the phone, forget it. 0 bars, not even a hopeful flicker. Just that smug little no-service icon, a digital tombstone for my immediate hopes of rescue. Panic, cold and sharp despite the heat, began to prickle at the base of my neck. I took a swig from my water bottle, already lukewarm, already tasting of plastic. I had maybe half a gallon left, not nearly enough if I had to wait out here. How long before another car even came down this road? Hours? A day? Longer, this wasn't I-10. This was a vein bleeding off into nowhere. Staying with the truck felt like accepting defeat, like volunteering to be baked alive inside a metal coffin. The sun was starting its slow descent towards the jagged horizon, painting the sky in bruised shades of orange and purple. Beautiful, maybe, if you weren't facing the prospect of spending the night exposed in the middle of nowhere. Critters came out at night in the desert, didn't they? Snakes, coyotes, things with too many legs and unpleasant intentions. My imagination, already jumpy, started supplying unhelpful images. Scanning the horizon, squinting against the glare, I saw nothing but more of the same bleak landscape stretching in every direction, except maybe to the north. Was that a darker patch? Trees. It looked denser than the surrounding scrub, almost like a misplaced copse of woods struggling for existence against the desert's edge. And nestled within it, barely visible, was a shape, a structure. It was hard to tell, distorted by the heat waves and the distance. Could be a weird rock formation, could be a mirage, could be shelter. Hope, however frail, is a powerful motivator. Leaving the Mule felt like abandoning a part of myself, but staying was suicide. I grabbed my backpack water bottle, a granola bar, a flashlight I prayed had working batteries, a useless phone locked the truck, gesture of pointless optimism, and started walking towards that dark patch on the horizon. The going was tougher than it looked. The ground was uneven, littered with loose rocks and prickly things that snagged at my jeans. The air, while cooling slightly as the sun dipped lower, was still thick and dry, stealing moisture with every breath. Sweat plastered my shirt to my back. The silence out here was different from the silence in the truck. It was deeper, older. It felt watchful. I kept glancing over my shoulder, though I knew there was nothing there but the empty road and my dead truck, shrinking in the distance. It took maybe 5 minutes, maybe an hour. Time felt slippery before I reached the edge of the trees. They weren't pines or oaks, nothing familiar from back east. These were tougher, stringier things, maybe mesquite or palo verde, growing closer together than seemed natural out here. The air beneath them was immediately cooler, shadier, but also stiller. The faint breeze died. The only sound was my own harsh breathing and the crunch of my boots on dry leaves and fallen twigs. And there it was. Not a mirage. A cabin. Cabin felt like too generous a word. Shack was closer. Hovel might be pushing it. It looked ancient, forgotten. Built from rough hewn logs, chinked with mud that had long since dried and crumbled away in places, leaving dark gaps. The roof, wooden shingles warped and missing in patches, sagged dangerously in the middle. A stone chimney, listing to one side, looked like a strong gust of wind could topple it. A small porch slumped off the front, its floorboards rotten and uneven. One window was boarded up, the other was just a dark, glassless hole. No car, no sign of life, just decay. It looked utterly deserted, like it had been sitting here, slowly surrendering to the elements, for 50 years or more. Why here? So far from the road, hidden in this unlikely cluster of trees. It made no sense. An old prospector's claim, maybe. A hermit's retreat. My initial relief at finding shelter warred with a growing sense of unease. It felt wrong. Too isolated, too dilapidated. But the alternative was spending the night under the stars with the scorpions, and whatever else crawled out after dark. Swallowing my apprehension, I climbed the groaning steps onto the porch. The wood bowed alarmingly under my weight. I knocked. The sound was absorbed by the old wood, dull and unsatisfying. Silence answered. I knocked again, louder. Hello, anybody home? My voice sounded thin, swallowed by the stillness. Nothing. The door, warped and gray, hung slightly ajar. A dark vertical slit invited and repelled in equal measure. Pushing it open, the hinges screamed in protest, a sound that scraped along my nerves. The air that wafted out was thick with the smell of dust, dry rot, and something else, a faint, vaguely metallic, coppery undertone I couldn't quite place. It was stale, heavy, the smell of a place long sealed. Stepping inside felt like crossing a threshold into the past. Dust lay thick on everything, coating the floor, the rough wooden walls, the few pieces of broken furniture scattered around the single main room. A collapsed armchair spilled its moldy stuffing onto the floorboards. A simple wooden table, surprisingly sturdy looking compared to everything else, stood near the center of the room. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth black with ancient soot. Cobwebs, thick as shrouds, draped the corners and hung from the low ceiling beams. Moonlight, now beginning to assert itself as twilight deepened outside, filtered weakly through the grime on the remaining window pane and the gaps in the walls, casting long, distorted shadows. It was utterly silent, save for the frantic thumping of my own heart. Definitely abandoned. For a long, long time. I took a cautious step further in, my boots crunching on debris. My eyes scanned the room, adjusting to the gloom. Just dust, decay, emptiness. A wave of relief washed over me. Creepy, yes. Unsettling, definitely. But empty's safe, for now. I could wait here until morning, then try hiking back to the road, hope for a passing car. My gaze fell back on the table. Unlike the floor, the dust here seemed disturbed. Not wiped clean, exactly, but thinner, as if something had rested there more recently than 50 years ago. And resting there now, fanned out in a deliberate, almost artistic semicircle, was a collection of objects. Small, rectangular. Curiosity overriding caution for a moment, I moved closer, leaning over the table. My breath hitched. They were driver's licenses, dozens of them, from different states: California, Nevada, Utah, Texas, even a couple from places further east. They spanned decades. Some were faded and peeling, the photos ghostly images of people long gone. Others looked newer, laminated plastic, though still clearly years old. Men, women, young, old, a random, unsettling cross-section of travelers. Why were they here collected? Lost. A cold knot formed in my stomach. This wasn't just an abandoned cabin. This was something else. Something deeply wrong. These weren't just lost items. They felt like trophies. My eyes darted nervously towards the dark corners of the room, towards the crude ladder leading up to what must be loft or second floor, towards the gaping blackness of the empty window frame. Suddenly, the silence didn't feel empty anymore. It felt heavy, weighting. I stood frozen, staring at the faces on those licenses, the names, the birth dates. Each one representing a life, a journey. A journey that somehow had intersected with this desolate, decaying cabin in the middle of nowhere. A journey that, judging by the presence of their licenses here, likely hadn't continued much further. The coppery tang in the air seemed stronger now. My skin crawled, I had to get out. But where could I possibly go? Night had fallen outside, and whatever, or whoever, had collected these, might they still be nearby? The thought sent a jolt of pure, visceral fear through me. This wasn't a refuge, it was a trap, and I had just walked right into it. My blood ran cold, not figuratively. I felt a literal, icy slush move through my veins, chilling me far more effectively than the desert night ever could. The driver's licenses lay fanned out on the table, a silent testament to lives interrupted, radiating a palpable wrongness. Trophies. The word hammered against the inside of my skull. This wasn't a collection, it was a graveyard marker, multiplied dozens of times over. My first instinct was pure, unadulterated flight. Bolt, run out the door, back into the night. Take my chances with the coyotes and the scorpions and the empty, uncaring miles. Anything was better than staying here, in this mausoleum disguised as a cabin. But even as my muscles tensed to obey the primal urge, logic, or maybe just a different flavor of fear, held me rooted. Run where? Back to the truck. It was miles away across rough, unfamiliar terrain, in the dark. I'd break an ankle, get lost, dehydrate. And what if the collector, the owner of these grim souvenirs, was out there? What if they'd simply herded me in here, like a sheep into a pen, leaving the relatives if deeply compromised shelter of the cabin felt like swapping a cage for an open-air slaughterhouse? My eyes, wide and frantic, scanned the room again, searching for what? A weapon. An escape route I'd missed. The boarded-up window offered no hope. The gaping black frame of the other window seemed to watch me, an empty socket in the cabin's decaying skull. The fireplace was choked with ancient soot and debris. The rickety ladder leading upstairs. I hadn't even considered it properly. Just another dark, unknown space in this house of horrors. My gaze snagged again on the table, on the licenses. And then I saw it. Tucked partially under a faded Michigan license, almost hidden in the gloom, was something else. Something smaller, newer, whiter. My hand trembled as I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the worn plastic of the license next to it. It was a photograph, a Polaroid. The paper felt stiff, glossy, undeniably new. Not something that had been lying here for decades. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. With numb fingers, I lifted it. The image was still slightly milky around the edges, the colors just settling, confirming its freshness. It depicted a vehicle. A dark blue Ford F-150 pickup truck, parked on the shoulder of a desolate asphalt road, steam still faintly visible rising from under its hood. My truck, the mule. Nausea surged hot and acidic, into the back of my throat. I recognized the precise angle of the dent on the rear bumper, the slight sag of the suspension on the driver's side. It was undeniably mine, exactly as I had left it perhaps an hour, maybe 90 minutes ago. But it was the angle of the shot that made my breath catch, that turned the ice in my veins to Arctic slush. The perspective was elevated, looking slightly down, taken from inside, from an upstairs window. This wasn't just a collection of past horrors. This was active, happening now. Someone had been here. Someone had watched me arrive, watched my truck die, watched me trek across the scrubland towards this cabin. Someone had stood, perhaps right above where I was standing now, raised a camera, and captured my vulnerability. And then they had come downstairs and placed this photo here, for me. A welcome note written in chemicals and captured light. A declaration, I see you. The cabin, which had felt menacingly empty moments before, now felt terrifyingly occupied, or at least recently vacated by something that knew I was inside. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating, no longer empty but pregnant with unseen presence. Were they still here, hiding in the shadows upstairs? Or had they slipped out after leaving their little gift, intending to return? Were they outside now, watching the door, waiting? The ladder creaked. I jumped, spinning around, flashlight beams slashing wildly through the darkness. Nothing, just the settling of old wood. The whir. My skin prickled, every nerve ending screaming. The metallic, Coppery smell I'd noticed earlier seemed stronger now, mixed with the faint, chemical tang of the fresh Polaroid. Upstairs. The word echoed in my mind. No longer a place to avoid, but a place I had to go. The photograph was taken from up there. The watcher had been up there. Maybe there were answers up there. Maybe there was danger up there, but staying down here, waiting in ignorance, felt like a death sentence. Steeling myself, gripping the flashlight like a weapon, a pathetic defense against whatever might lurk in this place, I moved towards the ladder. It was as crude as the rest of the cabin, rough logs notched together, secured precariously to the wall. It looked profoundly unstable. Placing a foot on the bottom rung, I tested it with my weight. It groaned ominously but held. Taking a deep breath, I began to climb, the flashlight held awkwardly in my teeth, casting a jittery beam upwards into the oppressive darkness of the loft. Each rung seemed to protest my ascent. Creaks, groans, the scrape of my boots on dry wood, every sound echoed unnaturally loud in the confined space, broadcasting my presence. The air grew thicker, dustier, the metallic tang intensifying as I climbed higher. I braced myself, expecting, I don't know what, a figure leaping out, a noise, but there was only silence from above. My head cleared the top of the ladder, entering the loft space. I swept the flashlight beam around quickly. It wasn't a full second story, more like a low, ceilinged attic space tucked under the sagging roofline. The floorboards were wide, uneven planks, coated in the same thick dust as downstairs, disturbed only by a narrow path leading from the ladder towards the front window, the one that wasn't boarded up. There was little else up here. A few wooden crates stacked in a corner, draped in cobwebs. A filthy, stained mattress shoved against the far wall, looking like something dredged from a swamp, and the window. Holding my breath, I crept towards it, following the faint trail in the dust. This was where they stood. This was where they watched me. Reaching the window, I cautiously peered out. The glass was missing, leaving just the dark, empty frame. Outside, the desert night was absolute, the moon hidden behind clouds. Down the slight incline, across the expanse of dark scrub, I couldn't see the road, let alone my truck. But I knew the angle was right. This was the spot. My flashlight beam played over the windowsill. It was thick with dust, except for one area, right where someone would lean. There, the dust was smudged, disturbed, and lying beside the smudge, almost invisible against the dark wood, was something. A small, dirty rag, balled up. Hesitantly, I nudged it with the toe of my boot. It flopped over, revealing dark, reddish, brown stains. Stains that looked disturbingly like dried blood. The coppery smell was pungent here, emanating from the rag, from the very wood of the sill. My stomach churned again. This wasn't just a viewing platform. Something had happened here, or near here. That metallic smell wasn't just old rust or decay. It was the scent of shed blood, trying to embed itself into the very fabric of the cabin. I backed away from the window, bumping into one of the crates. It rattled. Something inside shifted. Driven by a morbid, self-destructive curiosity, I aimed the flashlight at it. The lid wasn't nailed down. I lifted it. More licenses. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, stuffed haphazardly into the crate. Not displayed like the ones downstairs, but crammed in like worthless junk, and mixed amongst them other things. Wallets, emptied of cash but still holding faded family photos. A few cheap watches, stopped at different times. A child's worn teddy bear missing an eye. A single, dusty hiking boot. Fragments of lives, discarded after the essential trophy, the license had been claimed. I slammed the lid shut, bile rising in my throat. This was a predator's den. A place where people ceased to be people and became collectibles. Suddenly, a noise from below. A distinct scrape. Not the wind. Not the settling of the house. It sounded like wood dragging on wood. Like something heavy being moved near the door. I froze, flashlight beam frozen on the dusty floorboards. Every muscle locked. My breathing hitched. Was it downstairs? Had they come back? Or had they never left? Were they barricading me in, slowly, Agonizingly slowly, I killed the flashlight, plunging the loft into near absolute darkness, broken only by the faint, ambient light filtering through the gaps in the roof and the empty window frame. I sank down into a crouch, pressing myself against the dusty crates, straining my ears. Silence returned, heavy, expectant. Was I imagining it? Had the stress finally cracked my sanity? Then another sound, fainter this time but unmistakable, from outside, on the porch. A soft crunch, like a boot stepping on gravel or dry leaves. Someone was out there. My heart felt like it was trying to batter its way out of my chest. I was trapped in the dark loft of a serial killer's cabin, with the killer potentially just outside the door, knowing I was inside. The licenses downstairs, the Polaroid, the blood-stained rag, the crate of stolen memories, they weren't just clues. They were promises. Promises of what was likely to happen next. I was no longer Jacob Riley, hopeful traveler. I was just the next exhibit, and the collector had come calling. Silence. Absolute. Crushing silence followed the soft crunch on the porch, crouched in the suffocating darkness of the loft. I felt like my own heartbeat was a betrayal, echoing loud enough to give away my position. Every nerve ending was alight, straining to catch the slightest sound over the frantic thumping in my ears. Was that the whisper of cloth brushing against the rough wood of the door, the faint click of a latch, or just the wind breathing through the thousand gaps in this decrepit tomb? My imagination, fueled by terror, painted vivid scenarios, the door easing open, a silhouette filling the frame, eyes adjusting to the darkness, finding me. Time stretched, becoming thick and syrupy. Each second felt like an hour. Waiting here was madness. A trapped animal eventually gets cornered, going down the ladder, back into the room with those ghastly licenses, and the fresh Polaroid that marked me as the current object of interest. Felt like walking willingly into the spider's parlor that left the window. The empty frame I'd peered out of only moments before, where the bloody rag still lay like a vile promise. It faced away from the porch, towards the deeper darkness of the woods flanking the cabin. It wasn't much of a chance, but it was the only chance. Moving with agonizing slowness, I rose from my crouch. My joints protested, sending pops and creaks into the stillness that sounded like gunshots to my own hyper-sensitive ears. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Either they hadn't heard, or they were waiting, playing a cruel game. I crept towards the window, my boots whispering on the dusty floorboards. The metallic scent of old blood seemed to cling to the air around the opening, a nauseating miasma. Peering down, I saw the ground was a good 12, maybe 15 feet below. Too far to jump without risking serious injury. But directly beneath the window, the small, dilapidated porch roof extended outwards a few feet. It looked rotten, treacherous, likely unable to bear much weight. But landing on that, then scrambling down, seemed marginally better than a straight drop onto the hard-packed earth. There was no time for second-guessing. Taking another shallow, shaky breath, I swung one leg over the low sill, then the other, my body half in, half out of the suffocating loft. For a terrifying second, I balanced precariously, gripping the rough wood of the window frame. Then, I let go. I hit the porch roof with a jarring thud and a sickening crunch of decaying shingles. My ankle twisted, sending a bolt of white, hot pain up my leg, but adrenaline screamed louder. The roof groaned, sagged, but held, scrabbling desperately. Ignoring the protesting agony in my ankle, I half slid, half fell off the edge of the porch roof, landing heavily on the ground below. The impact, the wind out of me. Pain flaring not just in my ankle but my hip and shoulder too. I didn't pause, didn't dare look back. Pushing myself up, fueled by raw panic, I ran. Stumbled, really, favoring my injured ankle, but moving as fast as I possibly could. Away from the cabin, away from the watcher on the porch, plunging headlong into the thicket of gnarled trees and scratchy underbrush. The darkness under the trees was almost total. Branches whipped at my face. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin. The uneven ground seemed determined to trip me, sending me sprawling more than once. Each time, I scrambled back up, gasping for air, fear lending unnatural strength to my limbs. Was that a snapping twig behind me? The rustle of leaves that wasn't the wind? I couldn't tell. Didn't dare stop to find out. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. The silence of the woods felt different now, not empty, but predatory. I ran blindly, heedless of direction, motivated only by the primal need to put distance between myself and that house of horrors. The images burned behind my eyelids, the fanned-out licenses, the leering faces in the photos, the Polaroid of my helpless truck, the crate spilling its sad, stolen histories, the blood stain glistening darkly in my flashlight beam. These weren't just memories, they were fuel, pushing me onward despite the fire in my lungs and the screaming protest of my ankle. How long I ran, I have no idea. Time lost all meaning. It could have been minutes, it could have been an hour. My frantic flight led me out of the thicker woods and back into the more open, desolate scrubland bordering the highway. The canopy broke, and pale moonlight filtered through thinning clouds, illuminating a landscape of skeletal bushes and pale sand. And there, maybe half a mile away, a thin, dark ribbon slicing through the emptiness the road. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through me. I pushed myself harder, limping heavily now, ignoring the throbbing pain. Just reach the road. Get back to the road. Someone had to come eventually. I finally stumbled onto the hard shoulder, collapsing onto the cracked asphalt, chest heaving, body trembling uncontrollably. I lay there for a moment, gasping, sucking in air that tasted blessedly clean after the stale, metallic stench of the cabin. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up and looked back. In the distance, shrouded by the night and the deceptive terrain, I couldn't even pinpoint the dark patch of woods that hid the cabin. It had swallowed itself back into the landscape, a nightmare receding with the adrenaline. But the feeling of being watched hadn't faded. It prickled on the back of my neck, a cold certainty that somewhere, back in that darkness, eyes might still be turned in my direction. Then salvation, or what felt like it. Headlights, twin points of light growing steadily larger, approaching from the direction I'd originally been heading. My heart leaped. Scrambling to my feet, ignoring the agony in my ankle, I stepped into the road, waving my arms frantically. The vehicle slowed, a big rig, its air brakes hissing like an angry beast. It pulled over a little way past me, the cab lights illuminating a grizzled face peering down with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "You all right there, buddy?" Break down. The driver's voice boomed through the open window. Words failed me. I tried to explain the cabin, the licenses, the Polaroid, the feeling of being hunted, but it came out as a garbled, breathless mess, the ramblings of a madman. The trucker listened patiently, his expression shifting to wary concern. He probably thought I was high or drunk or both. But he saw the state of me, torn clothes, bleeding scratches, the genuine terror likely still etched on my face. "Easy there, son," he said, his voice softening slightly. "Looks like you've had a rough night. Come on, hop in. Nearest town's still a ways, but I'll get you somewhere safe." Relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. Climbing into the warm, brightly lit cab felt like stepping into another world, leaving the nightmare behind on the dark highway. As we pulled away, I kept looking back into the side mirror, watching the empty road spool out behind us, half expecting to see a figure step out of the darkness. I never told the police the full story. How could I? Who would believe the tale of the Polaroid, the feeling of being watched, the almost supernatural dread? I reported my truck stolen after breaking down, plausible enough. They found it stripped bare a few days later. Of the cabin, I said nothing. Sometimes I wonder if it even existed, if the terror and the heat didn't conjure the whole thing. But I know it was real. The memory is too sharp, too visceral. The faces on those licenses are burned into my mind. Sometimes, late at night, especially when I'm driving on a lonely road, I feel it again, that cold prickle on my neck, the sensation of being watched. I see a dilapidated structure in the distance, and my heart seizes. I check my mirrors constantly. Because I escaped, I got away. But the collector, the watcher in the woods, they saw me. They took my picture. They know my face now, even if they don't have my license to add to their gruesome collection. Not yet anyway. I made it to Phoenix. Started over, tried to build a new life. But I know, with a chilling certainty that never quite leaves, that I didn't truly escape. And somewhere, back in the desolate corners of the world, the collector might still be waiting, adding to their trophies, perhaps even looking for the one that got away. The road ahead feels long, and I have a terrible feeling I'm still being hunted.